And I'm telling you, even if you're having doubts in yourself, I don't have doubts in you. I think that you just need to listen to yourself. If you don't want to do something, you shouldn't do it.
Thanks, man. That's the angle I'm actually going. I'm going to look if I can get a medical exemption. Even if I can't, I'm going to do my best to go that route. And then I'm going to get a lawyer. And if it, whatever. But at least I know I explored that avenue. And then if that's just the way it's going to be, I'm just going to sit it out and go without for a little while. Like, I might not be able to travel. I might not be able to instantly get a job. But that's okay. That's okay for now. And it's a human rights issue. It really
Absolutely.
is. And like, the weirdest thing for me is it looks like the Earth is going to be majority, like it's a majority of people on the plane or whatever, or the planet, are going to have it. And then there'll just be this like little minority group in the big scheme of things that are just holding out and holding their intuition and what fucking feels true. And that's just amazing to me. That's an amazing moment. Because that's what they're data collecting, I think.
It's an amazing thing right here. I mean, divide and conquer is a technique people use to protect themselves and to take advantage and control other people. However, there's always that black side of the white and black mixture, right? So let's not pretend that we haven't benefited from this whole situation. This has, as much as the elites are sorting us and understanding and dividing us into different groups, we ourselves have been able to get a really close look at the people around us. It's also been a sorting process for our benefit. There's been many people that I thought were like pretty smart people, or fine people I could trust. I now got a closer look into their hearts, and I know I can't trust them to watch my child or make very good decisions or give me advice. Like, it's benefited me, where I'm not going to waste my time going to the people who've been vaxxed for advice on serious decisions. Like, it's been a sorting process that's benefited me as well, just as much as the elites.
Can I just put a full stop on it? I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there's a show on Netflix. It's called Squid Game, and
I heard about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's basically, it's like, it's blowing up. It's really the most popular thing on Netflix right now. But I watched a little bit of it last night, and I won't give it away.
Disgusting, right?
Well, there was just this scene where there were these masks. Like, one was like a deer head, and they were like really like the surrealist ball, like that party where they all rocked up as, they painted their faces, and it was like a masquerade ball for the rich. But it was just like that, and they were betting on these two people basically having a showdown. It was big money was involved, and it was just a game. But just to see that, and then realize that, whoa, this is the most popular thing on Netflix. It's just crazy surreal, like what's actually happening. Like, it's sort of really being shown that we're in a game.
Yeah,
and people don't forget betting on it.
The pendulum, right? You gotta, I mean, I don't really like this word, but it's the only word that I can think of. So you gotta have faith that the pendulum is approaching its climax of its swing to the left, and hitting the climax and peak of its left swing is the same as hitting the rock and bottom, and it will bounce back. It's just a matter of time. I feel like it's really coming to that transition point where it's going to hit rock bottom or hit full left swing climax. And then soon enough, this is all going to start being reversed in a positive way.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson stands in front of that pendulum because he knows it's not going to hit him where he's standing, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's
Where
gonna
it
go
swings?
human control to AI is what it's going to do. Humans going to get shot in the ass and they're going to get left behind because they're going to try to do all this shit and they do this goofy shit and all they're bringing forth is their own downfall. The ones that are in control, and then what's going to happen is they're not going to be in control anymore. It's going to be artificial intelligence.
Good things are coming. Good things are coming, man. Just stay strong.
Okay.
But you also got to get rid of the illusion that all isn't. I'm sorry, but
no, I was
I
just
got
saying
to.
artificial intelligence will take the fuck over, and humans aren't going to have whatever they think they have right now. It's not going to be that.
We all want to be selfish, and that's totally like a proper way to behave in so many situations, like self-preservation, so that like totally do what you got to do, right? The golden rule is you got to do what you got to do. I won't blame anyone for doing what they got to do because they got to do what they got to do. As simple as that. But understanding that division is an illusion, you may have to suffer for a better world in the future. And if you want to divide your consciousness from the future consciousness and future beings, do what you got to do. But I feel like I have my morals straight, and if I have to work shitty jobs and be treated like a leper, I mean, I'm not ever going to change my philosophy of bowing down and S-ing the D, because we're being recorded here. Of anyone who's trying to force me to do something against my own moral compass, and I may have to suffer for the rest of my life in order to follow my own moral compass. I don't think it's going to last my entire lifetime. I do have hope that things are going to turn around soon, but yeah, I think for the next 5 or 10 years, things are going to get worse before they get better. I think maybe 5-10 years is going to be the time frame. I don't think things are going to get better in the next year. I think you can't fly, you can't get medical treatment, you can't whatever. I think more restrictions are soon to come. They have a really strong flow going on where it seems unstoppable. But that's not the truth. Nothing's unstoppable here. There's no absolutes, and they're going to burn themselves out, and people will not stand for it. And or maybe we're all gonna move and come together into small communities where we're outsiders. But you know what? I am completely comfortable living in some sort of leprosy community who's actually just healthy, fine people who's not actually sick with any sort of disease. Because the moment they push things too far and they really create some sort of extreme segregation between vaxxed and unvaxxed or something like that, I am going to have the best people around me that I could ever wish for. I'm gonna have more friends that I know what to deal, how to deal with. You know what I mean? It is gonna be heaven on earth when segregation occurs, because that is just gonna bring all the right people to my doorstep. You know what I mean? And then hopefully it gets better from there. But still, I mean, just stay strong and believe in the camaraderie of like-minded people, because the big trick is that they control the media, and they're gonna make it seem to you like you're such an individual, such an outsider, but there's a lot more people just like you than you think. There's so many more of us than they let us know. They keep us divided, so we don't really know the numbers that we truly have.
Remember the North.
Bring it on. I mean, the faster they bring it on, the faster we're gonna fucking deal with this and turn. Just bring it on. I can see where it's going. Just go there already, so something can happen. I just hate this drawn out waiting shit. Just go ahead. Tell us we can't fucking receive medical treatment or travel anywhere or leave our house without being vaccinated. We're just gonna go somewhere and do our shit on our own. Be happy, yeah. And then you guys are gonna suffer, and eventually there's going to be some sort of spark of rebellion and righteousness, and you're going to work it out on your own, and we're way ahead of the game over here, enjoying ourselves, partying it up every night. I mean, it kind of should have already happened already, but some people need a little bit more pressure than others. But soon enough, you're going to be surrounded by tons of like-minded individuals. It's a yin yang. If they push over here, something on the other side has to be pulled. It's going to even out. And where I'm at right now, my city, you can't go to the hospital without being vaccinated. Simple. I mean, I'm a little afraid, right? I'm a little afraid. I'm trying to be in control of that. Like, I better not get in a car accident. Better not, break any bones or whatever, or need any medical treatment. That's on me. Take care of myself, make good decisions. And of course, the deck is stacked. Some might rear end me or whatever. That would suck, but it'd probably work out even so. But I'll do my best. You do have a personal responsibility. Never forget that. Stay sharp, stay vigilant, keep your head on a swivel. Do your best. Balance is key. Do your best. What else is there to say? Deal with cross those rivers when they come. Just, anyone ever heard that expression, like living in the future is anxiety and living in the past is depression, or something like that? Just don't over concern yourself with depressive reflection or mistakes in the past or worries of the future. Just do your best every moment of the day. Don't overwork yourself, but try your best. Know thyself, and all these good ass quotes. You know them all. I know you guys know. Of course, I'm not being pressured like the people in Australia are. I'm not being forced to be as strong as some of they are being forced to be. Pretty crazy. I want to do everything I can to help them out. Say hey, but I don't know. I've heard they can't even leave. I've heard that a lot of Australians can't even find a way to get out of Australia. You heard that?
Hey, hey, what are you doing?
Hey, P Mars, are you drinking?
What are you doing?
You drinking? Are you enjoying an alcoholic beverage?
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, talking to the one and only.
No, I was
Oh,
yelling at
okay.
my cat.
Yeah. No, you just seem a little intoxicated. I don't know. I guess it's normal.
I don't really drink.
I don't either.
Oh, Gio scolded me because I called Dr. Bob an evil white male. He's like, no insults. And it's like, I can't follow a rule like no insults because I am an insult. My existence insults people. I try to explain this to him, but Gio's retarded, so.
Yeah, Discord's a very serious place these days.
Oh, I'm not serious. I don't know. I can't talk to people without insulting them. Like, the hell.
I know, P Mars. Regardless of all the rules and whatnot, I do actually appreciate you. But it's kind of like looking for the light at the end of the tunnel. Like you kind of have to get through all the darkness. You're just wired different, you know? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you got to take the dump before you could wipe it all away.
Well, I mean, I've already kind of made this known, but I mean, his outbursts are just kind of like Tourette's. They're like tics. So if you just kind of ignore them, it's normal. So
I have Tourette's and autism.
probably, man. You might. I don't know.
In the body of Christ, I like to think of myself as the asshole.
Are you still deeply into religion?
Yeah, that's my main thing. I don't really care about this debate topic.
Yeah.
I
Well, I mean, there's a section for that too. If you saw
I
it.
like to shit on science though because I think science is satanic.
Yeah. Well, you notice there's all these YouTube channels now about like, ooh, the benefits of science and how it can affect you in your chemistry and your workouts and all. They're trying to over intellectualize the world because they've put so much propaganda into science that if they just promote the science that works, then they'll believe the whole thing.
Well,
If they make being intelligent popular.
They brainwashed everyone to look to science and technology to all of our answers for life's problems and all that shit.
Yeah. Have you seen the Andrew Huberman podcast?
No.
You should watch that. It's a great example of an inner circle promoting scientific endeavors free for the public. And this person's probably, unbeknownst to him, is perpetuating this. It's like the fish hook. He's the fish hook. He's what actually does the work. But then they get to feast on the fish. Andrew Huberman, yeah, he's on YouTube. He's been going at it for, I don't know, maybe a year, maybe less, maybe more. But he's promoted by like the Joe Rogan, the jujitsu, all these comedians slash martial artists that has spawned this intellectual craze among the casual watchers.
What do you mean intellectual craze?
Yeah, they're using, previously, higher-minded folk were in education, and now all of the people that have money are telling you, oh, you don't need education, just do what you love, go after it. We don't hire people with education anyway. And instead of that, they're
That's
consuming all
true.
this pseudo-intellectual shit. Well, some of it is intellectual actually on the internet. They're doing all these podcasts. They think they're smart now. And to be honest, a lot of it's true. A lot of it is, high level consumable information, but a lot of that is just giving you free stuff so that you'll buy the whole fish, or you'll eat the whole hook. So that you'll buy into all of science because, you listen to one or two podcasts and they're good people. They're not doing anything wrong. They wouldn't lie. Like Lex Friedman. Here's another one. You know who Lex Friedman is, right?
No.
Okay. It's another one of these, YouTube intellectuals. Giving away free to the public all that you need to know about, self-defense and self-preservation, and asking the big questions. Where did nihilism come from? And is God real? All this kind of stuff, But it makes you believe in the system more. It's the system reaffirming itself with real things, while it slips in the fake stuff on the side. Because to the casual observer, they're not as critical. They're just thinking, oh, well, this stuff has to be true.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Try harder. Always. I guess I'm more into the existential, like psychological observation of how society's moving and where they get their information from. I mean, once you know some of the things that aren't true, you can kind of see how they're trying to shape society.
Oh, big time. They want you to hate your neighbor.
Well, they want you to love. They
Oh
want
no,
you to love science.
your government wants you to love to hate everybody.
Science is true. Science has no drama. It's just
the dollar is true.
Science is real. God isn't real, but science is real. That's what they tell you.
And I'll give you $1 if you do some science.
Right? But P-Mars doesn't know what I'm talking about. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. He just can't stop trolling.
Like a little trobo.
I mean, I don't feel bad for him. If he's enjoying himself while he does it, I guess whatever makes him feel better, because he does have a lot of challenges.
Yeah, he's probably got a different type of struggle than us,
Yeah. Like I'm lucky. I'm lucky my brain works. It's also kind of a detriment because I kind of get to see everything for what it is.
Really? Isn't that the real question? Does it really? Compared to what people say and how they say
what
stuff,
really?
Do our brains really work the way we think that we would, hope them to in a certain aspect, like fully? Like for the way that you think other people think about you. Like, does it work that way to catch everything that they would, or is it
No,
wrong?
you can
Right?
only have a best effort. That's all you can
Right.
do.
Right. Yeah, that's my
I
point.
mean, that's why I was saying earlier. Like the only way out is to support self improvement because the problem is an individual basis. It's not the propaganda. It's not all this other stuff. The problem is the people who accept. You know, like when they scroll down their iPhone for the first
Right.
time and they click "I accept."
3 seconds. 3 seconds in, they're fucking. They're ad. Yeah.
You know, they're all in before they even know what they're doing, and this is the problem. Like, there's a lack of critical um, dissent.
I've
It's
done it
just
before.
sort
That's
of
why I was like. That's why I learned not to do it because I was like, "What the fuck? Why did I do that? That was stupid."
yeah. Well, when the pig goes to the feed, he doesn't think, "Do I want this?" And that's the problem. Is that we're not teaching philosophy. We're not emphasizing philosophy. There seems to be no care for understanding, just acceptance.
Well, can I
I
disagree
think
with
we
you
need to
there?
learn the art of civilization, like to to simplify stuff, to make it uncomplicated, if that's possible. That's what we're supposed to be good at doing. We're supposed to keep doing that to the fullest extent to where everything
That's
is easy for us.
that's the
Push a
opposite
lever
of what.
here, pull a button here, pull, step on this, weigh this down, blow this, rub this, and you get your reaction or your effect. That's the whole ingenuity output of engineering and like being able to think and build and create. I mean, we shouldn't. It shouldn't be at a detriment of a dollar or someone else's pocket. It should be for humanity. It's, for everyone. Everything you do is everyone's patent. Everyone can do it, make it, help you, whatever. No, you can't be like, oh, caution, don't work here. This science is too dangerous. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense at all. And if it's too dangerous, what would be your point? I mean, what's it for? If it's not for power for the whole city or for everything, like too dangerous for what? Then don't fucking be doing it. The hell? Like government wise, you know what I mean? Not us wise. If it's something that's too dangerous, then if it's something that needs to be left out of society, like finding dark matter that doesn't exist, something that we make in our mind to look for. Come on, man.
Does anybody hear anything, or did everybody just kind of go quiet?
Anybody hear anything?
Yeah, I hear you.
I heard that.
All right. I just got done starting a fire with no lighter fluid, and it's burning perfectly.
I hear it's easier to start in the moonlight.
Right. Yeah. Well,
That's
I
what I
have
hear
seen,
anyway.
I haven't done it before, but I have seen it on a YouTube video. A guy lighting a fire with with water, but it was in a baggie. So he kind of used the sun and magnified it through the baggie of water and actually started a
Mhm.
fire.
Yeah. So it was during the day.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was. Yeah. It's on my
Yeah,
list
that's neat.
of ways to start fire. There you have it.
Oh, I see it now. I didn't even know you were streaming.
Yeah, I just decided to put it on just cause.
Yeah, I've got one of those.
Yeah, little, you know, little backyard little deal.
You know, when I rented this house, it was just supposed to be a small little house, right, with a yard. I mean, nothing special. And then I found out that in the lease, it actually shows the legal description, and I actually rented the whole lot. So there's actually a lot of land, and part of the
Nice.
land has like a fire pit and all kinds of stuff. So it's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, it's just on concrete. Like a shitty, like if Rakia saw this concrete little porch here, he'd probably shit his pants. It's all cracked and everything, but it's a just a little back patio, nothing
Oh,
special
mine's
whatsoever.
just desert.
Oh, cool. That's different.
That's all I know.
I'm in the middle. I'm in just outside Kansas City.
I am in Texas.
Yeah, desert everywhere.
Mhm.
That state is huge. I in a previous life I was able to drive a semi. I actually still have a Class A CDL to this day, but I drove across I-10.
Do you
And
use it?
No, not anymore.
Are you ever going to use it?
Well, that's why I still have it, because you never know.
Okay. Well, as long as you're okay with spending $500 on a lawyer, it doesn't matter if you're driving a personal vehicle or
I
a
know.
scooter. They still consider you a professional driver, and you have to go to court for every little thing. And there's no classes for that. You have to get a lawyer to represent you to dismiss things or whatever.
Well, yeah,
It's at least
I know that.
$500.
Yeah, I know that even though I drive a car for like a normal person, because I have a Class A CDL, my blood alcohol limit is lower than a normal. It still goes under the Class A
Yeah.
CDL, which is lower. Yeah.
You know, I wish they would get rid of that. Like if you're driving a regular vehicle, it should fall under a regular license.
Yeah.
Because that's
It
a
does,
huge liability just to be doing your own thing on your days off, and you get hit with like a $500 or $1,000 out of nowhere. You know, even for an accident.
Yeah. I think that they had changed that law. I don't know, probably a decade or so ago, at least here, that it transfers to no matter what vehicle you're driving, you still licensed a certain way.
Yes, I think that's universal.
Oh, is it now? Yeah.
Yeah, they want their money. That's why I got rid of
Yeah.
mine. I didn't even do anything. I was leaving a Subaru dealership because I had just got a a red Subaru WRX, pretty badass. But the guy next to me was an employee of the dealership, and he had all these mods and shit, and he was just he gunned it past me on the on ramp, and I didn't want to floor it because I wanted to break in the motor, you know. And I just let him pass me, and the cops on the freeway, he pulls me over. I'm like, dude, you didn't see that guy? He was the guy who was speeding. He just passed me. It wasn't me at all. He's like, well, you know, I get it. You got this red sports car. You're going to use it. And I'm like, no, man, that guy just passed me. And he just told me, yeah, I don't conduct court on the freeway. I was like, all right, man.
I caught you, not him. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't conduct court on the freeway. Or on the road, he said. which sucked, man, because I had to pay.
What
Well,
does
back.
that mean?
It was just his way of like not having to explain himself.
Yeah, obviously.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I ended up having to pay. I think back then it was like $250, $300 for a lawyer, and they got it dismissed or whatever. Dropped down to something that just went away. You know.
Right.
But yeah, that shit's expensive now. That was a long time ago. It's unfortunate. I feel bad for truckers. They work really hard, and then they get no chances on their on their days off. It's like they're still working. It's not fair.
Yeah. I mean, no disrespect to truckers, but I don't necessarily think that they work really hard. They just sit down in a chair and drive. That's not really hard work.
I don't know,
It
man.
is.
However,
It is when
it
you
is.
count idiots on the road and how dangerous that 10-ton vehicle actually is.
It's a job, bro. It's very
It is.
dangerous.
No, no doubt about it. It's
Checks and balances, paperwork. I mean, you're running a business. There's nothing easy about that.
Whatever you're hauling also changes the spectrum of things.
The weight, the size.
Yeah. If you're working in the dirt industry, then you're also dumping those loads, and that's dangerous in itself. If you're hauling oil
sand,
or gas,
dude. If you're hauling liquid, if you don't have the baffles, that's a nightmare. If it's even slightly windy, good God.
Yep.
You know, and your life is on the line. But not just that, man. You're literally protecting the lives of everyone on the road. Like before I became a truck driver, I had no awareness of the dangers of that big thing right next to me. And when I became a truck driver, I knew all about it. I was like, holy shit, that is right there. And I knew what was right there and what it could do.
Yeah, you gotta be able to know how to tie loads down, which is insane.
Are his mirrors straight? Is there a gust of wind behind me? You know, is that little 19-year-old going to try to pass us at the next turn?
Is that dick hitting his brake light for a reason? Is there an accident ahead?
Has he been driving for 12 hours? Is he over his limit? You know?
Yeah. How many logbooks you got going?
See, I do think I get the 8-hour restriction, 10-hour restriction, depending on what you're hauling, but at the same time, that screwed a lot of companies.
Well, I think it's still 12 hours here in Texas, and if you're in the oil field, there's an exemption. So if you're running any service that goes into the oil field, you are exempt. We're talking fuel, sand, pipe, whatever, water.
Yep. Yeah, I used to drive in dumps, low boys, trucking pups, whole nine, all that shit. For many, many years.
What's the difference? It's been a long time since I have driven, but I think it was it's either 12 or 15 hours on duty, and then 10 of that could be driving. Or I can't quite remember. What is it now?
It's different everywhere.
Yeah. Like I'm from I know it from California, and what they do is you can do 10 hours, but you have to have an 8-hour off. And they're so dick about it. They have
It doesn't have to be.
And they made it legal for trucks to pull over in emergency lanes now if they hit past that time, because they'll fucking take your license if you go over. It's bullshit. But I get it.
So technically, you could do 4 hours on, 4 hours off for 24 hours.
No, I think it needs to be an undisturbed 8 hours.
Yeah, because the main thing is if you looked at where like way stations are across the United States, they kind of have them spread out for that in that situation.
It's the same for Uber drivers in Texas. They're considered commercial, so they have a 12-hour limit, and then there's a hard gap, 8 hours.
I didn't know that. Uber drivers even, huh?
Realistically, that's because assholes will go 28 hours and then kill somebody.
Well, they do it anyway. Like, they'll run Uber for 12 hours and then they'll run Lyft for 12 hours. They never stop.
Oh,
There's
Well, I know
no
truck drivers.
communication.
I know truck
that's pretty
drivers that know
close.
how to do that, bypass that shit, but it's dangerous.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad that it's like that though, you know, because it is dangerous.
You know, there's still a lot of money in truck driving. Like, there's these brokers that are making, you know, $50,000 a month, $100,000 a month, even.
I used to broker dirt trucks.
Doing what?
You just find basically somebody skips a load, or they cancel all of a sudden, or their truck fucks up. You find a freelancer to take the load, and you broker them.
Oh, you mean the
Yeah.
brokers? Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do that. We used to be called dirt pimps.
It's actually a really, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, anybody could do that industry. You just have to want it.
Yeah,
Got to know what's going on too. Yeah, for sure.
I used
Well,
to.
it's
I,
not
I
hard
used to
to
haul.
find
I
an
used to broker.
apprentice.
I used to
Apprenticeship.
broker 10 to 20,000 yards a day. It's very great. It's great money. It's stressful though, because then you get 15, 20 trucks under your belt, and then they'll call you nonstop if they need something, and then you got to find it if you want to keep staying in business, basically.
Yeah, I found that everybody I knew who was a broker, they tend to be
dicks.
pretty wiry people who smoke a lot of cigarettes, or
Yes.
they do meth.
Actually, so Rick, check this out. So I brokered dirt for 2 years, made insane money, but I also acquired my only 2 ulcers I've ever had due to the stress of brokering dirt.
Yeah. I mean,
It
I could do it.
happens.
I found an apprenticeship. I mean, I got the experience. It's just, no, not. It's just not for me. I wouldn't want it for myself.
It's the money is so good, you'll put yourself in the grave. It's not. It's very stressful brokering, especially when you start talking about being a truck dispatch.
Yeah. I mean, it's great for like a married couple or something. I just, you know, like I would need a team, a good team.
They said that you've heard of U-ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that for a few years.
Team pretty much
That's
go
fun.
24.
Aren't they like a crate moving company?
It's a freelance over the road hauler company, or company, I guess you would call it. Yeah. So
Oh.
you basically you can hit them up and bid on jobs, and if you win the job, then you got to do it. I did that for a while,
Right.
going up through California, Arizona. The whole it's great money. It's just shitty because you never know what to expect. But once you really get into a good rating, you can pull a lot of jobs off of it. But like
I
you said,
remember.
that's great for couples, and like you were saying just now, someone was saying, yeah, if you have 2 drivers, you can go double the distance. You can go
you can
nonstop
go.
essentially.
Yeah, I was team driving up to Seattle, and we made it there all the way through without stopping, basically, because we would switch off and on and work the timing of the on off with the on duty and driving. We made it there. I mean, it's a long ways up there, man. One of the things that I really remember that sticks with me to this day is I mentioned going through Texas on I-10, but you keep going on I-10 through New Mexico. I remember it was a full moon. Nobody out there. I mean, like only people on the road was just me and the truck, and going through and just driving the crest of the highway. I turned off the headlights even because it was a full moon and could see just fine. It was amazing. I mean, the moonlight didn't keep me cool or anything like that, but it was it was pretty cool.
Actually, just did that drive from Texas to San Diego and back. It was fun.
Yeah.
So my first dust storm, like real one. It was pretty cool.
Sorry, did you cut out?
Nah, I was done.
No. All right.
I just got quiet.
I went all the way from Florida to LA, basically just
Damn.
I-10 all the way. It was a thing where there was a couple people in the truck with, so it wasn't like, your typical thing. It was private carrier kind of deal. But
Yeah.
we ended up being able to stop in fuck. What is it in Louisiana or no, yeah, Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Isn't
Yeah.
that where fuck, Mardi Gras?
That's New Orleans. It's
New
not too
Orleans, yeah.
far from there. Not that bad.
Nolens. Yeah. Happened to be able to stop there for the night and see what that was all about. That was interesting for sure. Yeah. I liked it. I mean, man, it's a lot of thinking time.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like a fireside chat.
That's how they came up with the glob. Just sat around the campfire and
Yeah. Invent a wheel.
Or Bigfoot. Or the idea that you'd fall off the earth and if you sail too far.
A little jute twine. And ferro rod got this going. guys know what bushcrafting is? You heard of that? It's basically like camping.
Yeah. Like I do a lot of backpacking.
Yeah.
Not too
South
extreme
Florida.
as. Yeah, I forget the guy's name. I've been watching one on YouTube.
Joe
I think
Robinet.
it's called like Bushcraftman Survival something.
Oh yeah.
That's pretty cool. I know a few things. Like I've gone out and a couple of friends that have been doing it forever, like survival and things and stuff. Like learned how to
Yeah.
make shelters and all that. I know how to do all that, but I'm not a very good trapper or nothing like that. I couldn't survive with
I
absolutely
don't
nothing.
Yeah. I think that stuff's kind of fun.
Oh yeah. You ever heard of the PCT, the Pacific Crest Trail?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah, it goes from from Mexico to Canada. Me and my girl, we've done probably about 800 miles of it. We
No
don't have the
shit.
time. Yeah, we don't have the time to do the whole thing, so we have to do it in sections.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fun. I love doing that stuff.
So how did you do your backpack and stuff like that? Because I've never
Uh,
really been like hiking like that.
yeah, so my pack was 26 pounds. Hers was 16, I think, and it's just one tent. Like at first, you start with a lot of crap, and then as you go on, you start losing the stuff that you're not going to need. But get a good pack, and it's not that bad. But that's a good pack is really important. Otherwise, you start hurting and it gets miserable.
What about your shoes?
I wore decent hiking boots that I've always worn. They lasted. We'll see, because like we've done it in sections, so we're not in the same camp as like the people that do what are called through hikers that do the whole thing. They have to go through like different pairs of shoes and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So it's between 4 and 7 months to do it, or some do it a lot faster, but the average.
So it's
Most
basically
most
living and
people
doing it.
stage their supplies like along the way. Like
Yes,
they'll
they'll have
essentially,
someone send them. Yeah, or
yeah, they'll
they
have
can have
somebody
people
send
send it to a
food.
place.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead. I'm
Well,
sorry. Go ahead.
you got it.
No, I was gonna say like some people will have friends or family help them and send it to certain rendezvous. Some people who don't have that will pre-send it to post offices, or there are actually places that you can send your supplies to. So when you get there, you can resupply, get rid of the stuff you don't need.
Cool. Like
So that's how
sort of like waypoints where there's going to be some provisions of some sort.
exactly. Yeah.
Nice.
Because there are different sections. So the hardest part, the one that I didn't like the most, was through the San Bernardino Mountains. There are bears there, so you have to have a bear jar basically where all your food and stuff goes when you sleep. That sucks because it's a big heavy container that you're just
Just
carrying
bring
around.
some rope, man. You can kind of sling it over a high tree
Yeah,
branch and hang it.
yeah, that works too. But that's a stressful time because we didn't see any, but they're there. You can smell them, you can hear them fucking around at night and all that shit. It's fun. They don't really fuck with you.
Did you say, "Hey, bear"?
Yes, actually, yes, we did. And you whistle and you talk a lot,
Yeah.
and then you just hope it works.
So you had the whole canister of bear spray and everything. What kind of tent were you like? How did you like
We
give
just had
yourself some shelters?
we just had a 2-person tent, the smallest one we could, and the lightest one we could find.
Yeah.
It's not for luxury. Like basically, you hike all day long. You set up your tent, and you pretty much pass out within the first half hour, and then wake up and you do it all over again. So, like a big tent is, you don't want a big tent because they're heavier. So you want simple. There are guys out there with that take just tarps and paracord and shit like that. That's because even lighter.
and a pad.
Sometimes. Yeah,
Sometimes,
we had pads.
That's
Actually, let me see.
hardcore.
Let me see if I can find our pictures, and I have one with my pack. You'll see. I gotta find it though.
Yeah, that'd be
There's
cool.
a poncho made
And
by
there's a lot of thought that
Gillian.
there's a lot of thought
That-
goes into how you pack that, right?
Yeah, oh, big time. Oh yeah. Like I said, mine was 26, and that's got to be everything you're going to use. For the first leg, ours was 8 days, so I had to pack 8 days worth of everything in our packs, while still not being too heavy, because then then life.
Yeah,
Really
does that include
starts.
water?
Yes. Okay, so we started off with 2 gallons. Also, we hiked with our dog, so it's a little different. So we hiked with started with 2 gallons, but we also have a water purifier.
Right.
We did it in the winter months, so we knew there would be water supply. So the first
Because
day
of
and
the
a half,
snow then?
snow, rain. I'm talking we've gotten water from mud puddles. When you use
Oh,
a
right.
water purifier, it tastes gritty, but it's clean. But that's a different yeah, exact one of those. That's the difference between having to carry 10 pounds of water or 10 gallons of water versus only needing to carry a canister and finding a water supply. It makes life so much easier. I know where they are. Give me a second. I know where they are. It's got to get to it now. Okay. Oh, there's one. Perfect.
Did you say you're gonna post that?
Yeah. I had to go to my
Okay.
Google
I
photos.
just want to make sure I didn't say that's all. No big deal.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I gotta figure out how to. Oh, I'll just share it to Discord.
Yeah, I've not been hiking. I've only been kind of like camping and pretending that I know what I'm doing.
It's a learning process.
Yeah.
It takes a while. There we go. It should be in the chat. So that was everything we had for. I think that was day 5 in that photo. It's in a live stream too.
Shit, you brought your dog with you? That's awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's a pretty tight pack, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, that's 26. It's a 60-liter backpack, but that clothes, food, tent, my pad, and some other stuff. I forget what else I had. But the dog carried all his own food. Yeah, let me see. I got other pictures and see what I have. Actually, I have one so you can see how small the tent was. Oh, that's not that good one. Oh, there's a tent.
That's cool. So was that tent like you could basically just throw it out, or did you have to have fucking poles and shit?
Yeah. We had poles, but it was like just the two long main ones. I have I got a picture of the tent. I can show you how big it was.
How long did you go for on that hike on the trip?
The pictures that you're looking at now, that was day 5 of 8.
Oh shit, man. Did you just bring a pack of gum, or did you bring like
Oh,
toothpaste? Like
oh
how
yeah, yeah. We bring all that. A lot of top ramen, a lot of trail mix. But like I had a little camping stove, little mini pots. I mean, we were able to cook food and stuff. Yeah, pictures in there now, and that's the size. You can see the size of the tent.
yeah, I don't. That's awesome. I bet the views you had were amazing.
Oh yeah. Here, I'll put this is the view from the one where I'm standing next to the tent. This is the view that we had from the backside of the tent. I gotta go into my computer. I have like so many more pictures. This is not on my phone. Here we go. It's crazy because it actually snowed that night, but by morning it had pretty much melted off. You can kind of see some snow on the ground in some spots, but it was fun.
You know what would be hilarious? I mean, not to try and get back to this whole arena, but if you put Bev behind you with his stick, with his measuring rod, that would be like perfectly funny for that.
I wish Bev would have an honest conversation.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yep, yep. Yeah, this will be the last one I share, but this is the starting point. It's right at on the Mexican border. In Can like this is where the trail starts at. I'm putting it in right now.
Cool.
There you go. That's like the trailhead, the beginning of it. The fence in the back, that's the border.
Wait, what is that?
That's the beginning of the PCT trail. It starts at the Mexico-U.S. border. That's the border right there in that background. That's like the southernmost point of the trail.
Sorry, my phone was getting all interrupted because I was streaming and stuff at the same time, trying to look at the picture. I'm sorry.
No
What were you
worries.
saying?
No, I was just saying that's the background. That's the Mexican border, and then that's like where the trailhead starts at. That's like a little monument they put up so you know where the start is.
What's that monument made of? What is it?
Wood. Well, so
Oh, it is.
that monument's all wood, but what you call it? They've actually replaced it with like a concrete one and stuff, a brand new one. It's pretty cool. I haven't seen it in person, but I saw it in pictures.
Gotcha. Yeah. Was it like it kind of looked like it was wrapped in rope or something like that?
No, that's just like the decorations of it.
Oh, I see it better now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you're saying is that the border?
Yeah. That's a Mexican border right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's pretty cool. Like the first 2 days, like every once in a while, you'll see border patrol on quads or trucks and shit like that, just patrolling around.
So is like, what are the numbers on the fence for? Just to say, oh, I saw a guy over there at fence 41.
Yeah, so from the Pacific Ocean to say about halfway to Arizona, every panel is numbered. It's weird.
This
It's just like, I
reference.
guess, yeah, maybe for Border Patrol, I guess. But yeah,
Huh. Isn't that weird? It's like a fence. It's just a thing.
it is. It's seriously pathetic. Because I grew up in San Diego, so I've always been around the border and off-roaded out there. That part of the fence is pretty much 80% of the fence, and that's not no more than 10 feet tall. And then the rest is like probably about 10 miles east of this place, that location. The fence is just cattle fence. It's 3
You
inch.
ever heard of Mexican jumping beans?
Yes,
Yeah.
they are real, and they are cool.
They are real.
Like
They
the
do
beans.
bounce. They do jump. Yeah, the actual beans. You can buy them, and they actually do bounce and jump around and shit.
Is there a worm in them or something, or is it what? How's that work?
I think so.
And in every bean, yeah, there's a Mexican waiting to get out.
But for real, they are Mexican jumping beans you can buy, and they do jump around. Why? I have no clue.
That just is.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but like you were talking about the bushcraft thing, like
Yeah.
when we do go hiking, like we do day hikes and night, like a couple days, just different places. I do like to try different things that I've read on, or I've been trying to learn. Like I know how to start fires and all that stuff, make shelters, but like like I said, I don't know how to trap, so I couldn't sustain a living in the middle of nowhere with no supplies.
Well, don't be ashamed
But I'm
about
learning.
that because nobody can. I mean,
Well, if I had a fishing pole, if I had a fishing pole and a rifle, I would easily go off the grid and not give a fuck.
Right, and
I love
maybe like an old alternator off of a car where you could make electricity from a stream and tie it to it or some shit.
no
like
need.
that. But
No. Like off the grid, no electricity, none of that shit.
well, you need a knife.
It's okay. Oh no, I always have a knife. I always carry a knife out there.
Exactly. a knife, maybe an axe.
Yeah,
And
little
a,
hatchet. That'd
and
be.
a ferro rod.
Well, you can always.
I think,
Well, it would depend on where you are, but you can always find water, pretty much.
yeah. Well, you can kind of almost make water, but
But yeah, well, it depends on if you're trying to stay put or you're on the move.
yeah,
It
that's true.
it sounds weird, but staying put is a lot harder than constantly traveling.
Well, because you're going to use up what you can, what and then you
Yeah,
have to do. Yeah,
and it has to be a spot where there's going to be water, a water source near, supply things to make shelter, animals there at all. It's that's
yeah.
a whole
Because
different
once you
level.
get animals that you can trap are going to be like, yeah, well, I got to go somewhere else now. These fuckers here.
Yeah, and those guys, when they settle in the spot and they go hunting, they don't really say it, but they hike 10, 20 miles away from camp to do it because of that reason. Once you start establishing shelter and all that, making noise, everything gets the fuck away.
Yeah, they're like, fuck this guy.
Yeah, you hear one gunshot and you're like, okay, not a good spot.
Yeah. What the fuck was that? I'm out of here.
They actually
Who's
there's a
coming?
couple good ones if you look on YouTube, like guys that live off the grid in the tundra and shit. Like they're like hunting moose and dealing with wolf packs and shit. It's fucking insane. That's badass.
Yeah, shit. You don't want to be where wolves are.
No, those fuckers don't play.
Like fuck wolves.
Well, they're badass. They're cool. I just don't want to have to be confronted by one.
Right. No, not like don't don't get me wrong. I like looking at them at the zoo or whatever, but like they're gonna hunt you.
Oh yeah, and they're gonna do it efficiently. It's gonna work.
Right. There's not just one wolf that's gonna be walking along. It's like they're literal pack animals, and
Yeah.
yeah, no thanks.
Put it this way, coyotes aren't a joke either. Me and my me and my girl, we were in Big Bear, and we got confronted by a bunch of coyotes when we had our dog, and we had to
They sound like
we had
owls.
yeah, but they're mean and they roll in packs too. You got to do some
Yeah.
clever things to avoid it.
Oh yeah. I didn't last. I think it was last year. Me and my brother went out somewhere in the middle of Missouri next to a river, and there's this app called Hip Camp,
Yeah, yeah,
HIPCAMP, and it's basically like Airbnb for people that have private land you can camp on.
yeah. Me and my
And
girl use them for finding sites in Big Bend.
yeah, no shit. Yeah, that's
Yep.
awesome. And
Yep.
so anyway, I was out there late at night or whatever, and so I heard what I thought was an owl. So you know how you put your hands together and you can kind of whistle like an owl, like it sounds like an owl kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I was doing it back, and then I heard like a response. I'm like, oh, that's smart owl. And then I heard more. I'm like, oh shit, fucking coyotes.
Yeah.
What? Nah, we're not gonna do that again.
You ever done any hunting or anything? Yeah, so I do. So I hunt, and I will tell you right now, the scariest thing you'll ever hear in the middle of nowhere is an elk. An elk bull
That sounds
sounds like a screaming woman, like legit scream, like some Blair Witch shit. No joke, no joke at all. Like I've
so
never been so.
hear that.
Huh?
Like when you hear that, what does that mean? Like for the elk, why is an elk doing that? Is it saying, "Hey guys, there's
Usually,
a motherfucker over here camping. Let's go get him," or does it
no,
mean just like
it's
pretty
usually
fussy?
like when they're in the rut and they're looking for mates and shit. That's when you
Mm-hmm.
typically will hear it. And they'll be far away and it sounds like it's up close. I'm telling you right now, you'll never hear a more terrifying sound than an elk call. It is fucking crazy.
Did you know what it was before you heard it?
I didn't until the guy I was with told me it was an elk. Like I was like, "What the fuck?" I had my rifle loaded. I was like, "What the fuck?" Because it
Yeah.
doesn't sound like it literally sounds like a woman screaming, not an animal. It is legit freaking. It's weird.
So is he like, calm down, Sean G? It's cool. It's just an
Yeah,
elk.
yeah.
Wow.
Just an
He's like,
elk, Sean. It's just an elk.
yeah,
Don't worry.
Wait until you hear an elk scream, and I guarantee all of you, even if you know, it's still fucking freak you out.
Where was
And
that?
then
What
that
part? Was that like up north or something? Or is that in like the Rockies also?
Arizona, out by
Oh, no.
Parker. Yeah. It's like just the edge of the Grand Canyon area. Not quite to it, but close.
Huh. I didn't know they went that far south.
Oh yeah. They're everywhere. They go down into Mexico. Yeah, go on YouTube and search elk call. You'll hear it. It's insane, and that won't even do justice.
Well, I mean, that's nothing like, midnight, 3 a.m.
It-
Chupacabra.
well, it was just before dusk when I heard it. If it was in the middle of the night and it woke me up, I probably would have shit myself.
Yeah, I bet. I probably would have too.
I ain't gonna lie, it's that bad. That's the other thing. So like I was telling you about backpacking. Okay,
Yeah.
so you on a normal situation you don't ever hear these things, but the forest at night is not a place you want to just. If you're like paranoid, the last place you ever want to be is in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night, because animals,
On
they talk
shrooms.
their asses off, and most of the animals you'll hear don't sound like what they are. It is insane. I can see how like all those scary movies in the forest, they come from the sounds that quote unquote bump in the night.
Like nature, yeah.
You ever heard something that you couldn't identify?
Oh yeah, lots of times.
You ever heard something really loud and scary you couldn't identify?
The elk was the only one that actually really scared me. But yeah, I've heard things that in the middle of nowhere that just don't make sense. But luckily,
Well,
they
I
were
was
far
up
enough
in
away.
Kennedy Meadows, and your trail there cuts through there.
Mhm.
And I don't know if you know where I'm talking about, but
I know exactly what you're talking about.
there's a general trading store there at the general trading post. Now, if you go up the road further a ways, we were camping back there, and I took my Jeep back to the end of the road, and there's a prairie back there where there's always cows. And I got a train horn on my Jeep, and I hit my train horn just to see what the cows would do.
Mm.
And something screamed back at me super loud, to the point where me and my buddy had to get out of the Jeep to kind of see what the hell was going on. And we both thought it was well, I thought it was literally somebody with like a bullhorn or like a concert stereo system, because it was like that much bass coming through. Like you could
feel
feel
it almost.
Yeah, in your chest. And it was that loud, man. And even
So-
with shotguns and pistols, like it wasn't enough. Like whatever this thing was that big, and we just got the hell out of there.
Yeah.
You wanted to get out and check on it? What the hell?
We got out of the Jeep, and it because it's like it was so intense to where it's like we were like, what the fuck was that, man? Like, so I got out, he got out, we had our guns and shit, and this thing did it again, and we just jumped in the fucking Jeep, dude, and we just got the fuck out of there, dude.
Pussies.
I
No,
don't know what it was, but tell you
luckily
what, it scared the
It was
shit out of me, dude.
Bigfoot.
we like the scariest thing. Like we've heard things like during backpacking trips where, like, I'm talking like whole hillsides start shaking and you can hear things going through it. It's a trip. But put it this way, I never really thought about Bigfoots and shit. But unless you've actually been in the middle of nowhere where like it would take 2 days to get to civilization, I don't care what anyone says. There's more than enough land for a Bigfoot to be there and not be ever seen. More
Well,
than
I'll
enough.
tell you what, man. I've heard the king of the jungle roar at the Animal Wildlife Way Station on one of our scout projects. I've heard bears. I've heard all the loudest shit, dude, and nothing comes close to this fucking thing that I heard there.
Yeah, there are things out there no one sees, but you sometimes hear. It's crazy out there.
Well, that camping trip that I was telling you about earlier about the coyotes, there was a big old gravel hill we had to go down. So we ended up going back up the hill one day. It was about a 5-day just camping, sitting at one spot, but it was cool. But we were like, okay, let's go get some more beer or whatever. So we went to the Walmart, got some fishing stuff and beer and ice and all that, and we stopped at the local bar. And it was like you drive off a gravel road. It's like it's like, is anybody even here? Well, there's a couple cars in the parking lot, and so we went inside. It was like the record scratch, like right when we walk in. And it's like there was. So we just minded our own business. Went up to the bar, and everybody was nice and everything. One lady that was sitting at the bar. I mean, this was probably like a 1 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. And there was probably a half a dozen people there, and one lady, she was, I mean, you could just imagine, she was half shit faced, no front teeth. You could tell she was probably a looker back in the day, but she was telling stories about like down on the river, like because we were like, yeah, we're just on the river on some private land camping, and then she was like, oh, I remember down on that river one time. It was a full moon, and all of a sudden, I swear to God, there was 5 goats. And we were like, and then she went on with her story, like, I couldn't believe it. There's like 5 ghosts over there. And we were like, so there was were you scared shitless? She was like, no, I wasn't scared shitless. I see ghosts before. Like, what are you talking about? Ghosts or goats? Oh, no, they're goats. They're,
Oh, Jesus
so they weren't
Christ.
ghosts. They were goats.
You ever
So
been
anyway,
raped by a pack of goats? Wild goats?
right. Like, you mean the apparitions? No, silly. Goats. But anyway, I guess that's what you get in the middle of Missouri at 1 o'clock afternoon on a Sunday at Gravel Bar.
There was 2 cars and 15 people.
Right. Yeah. And then it was like, it was weird because like there was a hot chick that came in and filled out an application, and apparently she was like the niece of a regular there. So that was weird. We're just like, fuck this.
This is some hills have eyes shit. Let's get out of here.
Hey, can you put an extra piece of chocolate on my s'more there, sugar cookie? Thank you.
Yeah, hang on 1 second. There you go.
Perfect.
One of my favorite ways to do a fire is the upside down fire, where you put all of the stuff, all of the wood, you kind of do a platform at the bottom with all of the big wood. And then
Oh, yeah, like
kind of do
like
a
a
log cabin.
log cabin. Yep.
Yeah, kind of do
Yeah,
a
yeah.
log cabin. I mean, there are different variations, of course.
Oh yeah.
At the very top, you make it like basically like a pyramid log cabin. At the very top, you do all of the small stuff. So you light all the small stuff at the top, and then it becomes all the hot coals, and it burns down. And it seems to burn forever, but
Ah.
yeah, it's the opposite, but it works. The first time I did it, I was like, this guy on YouTube's full of shit. I was like, wait a second. Yeah, well, actually, that's one bundle of wood that lasted 4 hours. Okay. But I like doing the batoning. You baton the wood and split it with a knife. That's like geeky fun stuff to me.
Shit. Every time I go camping or backpacking, I don't remember the last time I started a fire with a regular lighter. I usually use like a flint, or I've used this one that like when the electric lighters that you click and has a spark. Like they
Yep.
sell a fire starter like that. You bundle up as much dry tinder as you can, and then you pack it into it, and then you click it, and it makes an ember, and then you dump it into your fire, and it starts up. Those are my favorite ones.
Yeah, I actually have made some char cloth too, like cut up a t-shirt and then put it in a tin can and put it over I guess like we consider like a flame grill kind of thing on the side of my barbecue grill or whatever. And so you put the tin, like you cap it so it doesn't burn. Well, it does burn. It doesn't catch on fire, but it just
Becomes
becomes
like a
charred.
ember.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
And
I
then
just
you can
came up
have
with
all
a
these
new
little
campfire
squares.
treat. If you're Jewish, you could just put a piece of lox on your s'more and call it a schmore. Just saying. If you drop it in the dirt, it's kosher.
You fucking ass, you're an asshole.
Too far.
You dropped it. There's kosher.
I got one of these things. I don't know. It's kind of probably hard to see, but like, I'll do it. Oh, it's like so like this part of it is the ferro rod.
Okay,
Like
yeah,
this whole thing. Yeah, this whole thing is like the ferro rod part, and then it comes with flip it
yeah. A
over.
striker.
Comes with the thing, and that part on the end is the metal part where you strike it with.
Okay, yeah.
So like, I don't know. Hang on. I don't know if you can see this. No, not used to doing a thing with the camera and I ain't gonna be able to do it, but hang
Yeah.
on.
Is that like your setup in your backyard?
Yeah.
It's cool. Oh yeah, I see it.
Kinda. Whatever. But
I
yeah,
can see it. I saw it sparking off.
And on my sheath of my knife here,
Yeah.
on this sheath, that's jute twine.
Yeah.
On the sheath there. So I just untwist that jute.
Yeah.
Jute twine. It's like oily, and so that's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
I
yeah.
started this one with. Yeah.
Nice.
It's way better than lighter fluid.
Oh yeah, I like I
Actually
said, I
burns.
prefer
Just burn
I
the
prefer
fuel
to
off.
I prefer to use a flint and striker more than a lighter in night shift.
Yeah.
It's almost easier sometimes. And plus, I smoke weed and cigarettes, so I don't want to waste my lighter.
Lighters are for
Oh,
cigarettes, not
that
making fire.
oh, that's happened before. I've had a lighter go out and I couldn't light a joint. I was so pissed off, and I was in like the day 4 of a hike, so I couldn't like go to a store. So you get. I don't want to stop and make a fucking fire in the middle of the day on the middle of the trail, just for a joint.
These are just some extra pieces of lumber my brother had out here. That's why it looks funny.
I don't. So, do you just have to be a flat earther to become a mod now? Is that how this works?
I have no idea. You just have to have reason and sense to become a mod here, I guess.
Like I just see people
So that's
join and
why I'm
become
not one.
mods, and I don't care. I only have a problem with one mod who abuses his mod.
That's a good use for a cup holder right there. That's better than any shot I've given all day.
You just need to put a big old wooden cross in there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's just pieces of lumber.
Fuck, we're at a clan gathering right now.
Say again?
He said he's at a My Little Pony convention.
What is that, bro ponies?
Only the toughest.
Wait, what is it? What is it called?
A My Little Pony convention.
No, like there's grown-ups that do it.
Oh my god, I was just watching Bob's Burgers. Equestronauts. That's what they're called. I know, I was watching Bob's Burgers just now.
How do we go from Mexicans to equestrian knots?
I don't remember. I'm too high.
Jesus offended people. I offend people.
If you don't acknowledge it, they go away.
Therefore, I am Jesus. I got a problem with that.
Did you guys see? I'm pretty sure it was last weekend. I think it was over at Brandon's. I put a thing in the text chat while I was talking to BioDual, and he presented my my proof of unicorn farts are the cause of rainbows.
Unicorn farts are real. I can even prove it.
Yeah, I have a mathematical equation and everything.
There you go. I just put it in the chat.
The whole
It is real.
presentation. Yeah, hang on, let me see if I can find it.
Look in the Livestream 2 chat. I just put proof of unicorn farts being real.
That actually looks pretty bomb, dude. I don't know. I feel kind of demented now.
Why would you believe
You can-
something because of evidence? That's stupid.
Like when you can taste the rainbow, it just makes it so real.
If you base your beliefs on evidence, all they have to do is manipulate the evidence
could-
or fake the evidence, and you're fooled. Am I wrong? It's not like evidence is objective anyways. It doesn't say anything. You have to interpret it with your subjective bullshit.
I mean, if it was possible, like biologically possible for a unicorn and a leprechaun to make it, I mean, assuming, all the necessary evolutionary steps were in place for this to take place to begin with, right? What would we call this thing? Would it be like a unicorn or something? Like, where do we go with that?
I think it's unicorn. That was
A
the first thing I thought
leprechaun.
about.
Leprechaun.
Why should we believe anything?
Yeah, I definitely
Yeah.
think a leprechaun.
Go
That's
ahead.
a good one.
Go ahead and click that link in voice chat. It'll take you to.
I'm scared.
Don't click the picture, but click the link.
I'm scared.
And it'll take you to the presentation.
I'm scared too.
No, it's all good. It's not a Rick roll or anything. But Shanji, would you do me the honors of sharing your screen and going through that presentation?
Okay, here you
That
go.
would be awesome.
I believe things based on faith.
Here you go. Do I have to download it or just play it? How's
You
it?
don't have to download it. It's on Canva, so it basically, if you want to swipe right, you'll go through the different
Oh, okay. Okay, I
slides
see.
or whatever.
If you
Give
go
me a
with
sec.
faith, someone would have to manipulate God to manipulate me.
Okay, so hang on, I gotta figure out how to share.
How are
'Cause I've
you going to
never done that.
manipulate God?
Oh my god, I've never shared on here before. How the hell do you do it?
That's why Christianity is the best.
I gotta turn my screen on, right? Is that how you do it?
Yeah.
Hail Jesus. Are you a Christian, Sean? Are you a dirty atheist?
No.
You're doing share camera. I think you
I
want to
know,
share
but
screen. Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know how to do all that.
What's up, Gummy Bear? Are you a dirty atheist?
I don't know if I can share screen.
Huh.
Maybe
Dirty agnostic.
Oh dang.
I'll try.
Make
Hang on. I'll
can.
keep trying.
I'm not the type of person who will sit here and say there is no God, but I also won't say that there is one.
That's also saying there is no God.
No, he's
No.
a non-theist.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't believe in a God, but I also am not saying that there is no God.
But you don't believe in God.
Hey,
Sugar
gummies.
cookie.
I
I
do
don't think
not
I have
believe
the
in
ability
God.
to share.
He's not an atheist. He's a non-theist.
No,
Are
that's
you on a
atheist.
phone or a computer?
No, a
On my
non-theist
phone.
is not an atheist.
Yeah, if you tap it where you can see where to mute yourself.
Okay.
Well, I guess all atheists
The
are
one that looks
non-theists,
like
but not
an
all
exit
non-theists are atheists.
square with an arrow exit looking
Oh.
thing. That's your screen
Okay. Hang on.
share.
I think I may have that then. Oh
Like
yeah.
the difference is between saying there is no God and saying you don't know if there is a
Oh.
God.
Not knowing something does not include believing that it is real.
But he's like sitting on the fence. Is
Oh,
what
there
he's
you
only
go.
saying.
logical,
He's
right?
not he's not taking a position either way.
Can you see it now? Should be able to see it.
If God is not in your life, you're an atheist.
If you wanna define it that way, sure, but that's not how the rest of society defines
Loading.
it.
Yeah, let me turn off my camera so I can probably.
Yeah, because they're all a bunch of wusses. They're afraid to call themselves atheists, and that's it.
Well, no, it's just that that's not the definition of the word.
I don't care what the definition is. If you don't believe in God, you're an atheist.
And like I said, that's your opinion on the word, but that's not what society considers the word to be.
Yeah, I see your screen share now, Sean.
Okay. You ready?
I think so. Yeah. If everybody wants to follow along, it's Sean G's screen share.
Wait, it's not letting me. Oh, there it goes.
I can't hear anything if we're supposed to hear something.
No, there's no audio
No,
to it.
there's no
It's just
sound.
yeah.
It
Can you
says,
rotate your phone so it goes the other way, like full screen kind of?
yeah, hang on. I gotta do the rotate thing. There you go.
There you go.
Bold claims need to be backed up with proof. Step 1, observe. Step 2, show evidence. Step 3, use the 1, 2, 3 principle. Calculate the math and proof. There you go. Claim. If you don't see something, does it mean it doesn't exist?
And if you see something like magenta color, it means it doesn't exist.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know if I should be showing this.
No, it's all good. It's all in fun. It's all in fun.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain, you African.
Hey, Silent, do something about that, please.
Oh, unicorn.
Yeah,
Do
rainbow.
something about what?
Rainbow. Math is science. So here's the formula. Let A, B, C, D, R equals rainbow, U equals unicorn, refraction equals little r, and fart equals capital F. Formula. Yeah, therefore, a double rainbow equals 2R. So one rainbow equals 2R divided by 2. And since we know sometimes you can't see things, and pictures are also proof, then using the 1, 2, 3 principle, we can
What is that?
clearly state.
What's the 1, 2, 3?
Well, you have to ask Ranty. 2R divided by 2 equals 1 UF.
Unicorn fart.
Yeah, unicorn fart.
Unicorn farts are seen as rainbows to us. See, there's a dog farting with thermal imaging, and there's obviously a rainbow. Now, here's a lady getting change from the counter, and she farted. You wouldn't be able to see that, but you can with thermal imaging. Proof.
Pretty sure that was a COVID infraction.
Yeah, 2R divided by 2 equals 1 UF. Logic plus math plus 1, 2, 3 principle equals true.
I really want to know what the 1, 2, 3 principle is because I've never heard that before.
You haven't?
No, I've never heard of the 1, 2, 3 principle.
Well, so you got to ask Randy.
Was that like if 1, then 2, then 3, or like if A squared plus B squared equals C squared? I mean, like,
No, it's not even that. No, it's not that good. It's just when he was when Ranty was explaining one of his things, he said,
I will say
and
that was entertaining. That was
it's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah.
it was.
Thank you for presenting it.
Yeah, no problem. I'm actually going to go back and save that.
Yeah. I don't know. You have to ask Ranty what the mechanics of the 1, 2, 3 principle are, but you know, you just got to go with it.
Okay. I mean, I'm convinced. I'm convinced.
It was pretty complex, man. I'll just take your word for it. You guys are the experts, right?
Convincing, yeah. It's there's a formula.
There was some complex math in there.
Yeah. So.
And the 1, 2, 3 principle is for science to interpret.
Oh yeah. It's exactly what you would expect to see.
Excuse me.
That was a great presentation, Sean.
Thank you for yeah. That was my globe evidence.
That's
You got anything on unicorns? Leprechauns?
Leprechauns, yeah. Probably one of the best presentations ever.
I have a picture of a unicorn.
Where's B-Ball when you need to present something? I mean, his presentation. I mean, that beats B-Ball's presentations of anything.
Here's a unicorn.
I don't want to talk about something that's not here, but
that's actually a picture I got when I Google searched unicorn.
What was it?
I Google searched unicorn, and that's what I got for it.
Wow. Dab in it. Hey, wait, is Paige saying in text chat she's not going to participate? She's out of here.
Did something happen?
I don't think so. You boys seem to be having fun. I'll leave you to it. Don't start any fights. I think she was just. I think she might have just been going on text chat the whole time.
I found a
This is the first
leprechaun.
time I've seen leprechaun. Yeah.
This is a leprechaun.
I don't get that being a leprechaun. There's no pot of
Hey,
gold.
I just searched it on Google, and that's what they gave me.
I think unicorns kick ass too. Ether madness.
Have you ever? Do you know what movie that's from?
No.
Oh God, it's so good. It's called Orgasmo. Kind of like one of those B-rated flicks. But
Yeah.
it's really good.
That's like the worst movie ever made.
Orgasmo? No
Yeah.
way, dude.
Come on, man.
Coder Boy, classic. Ron Jeremy was even in that movie.
Exactly.
Come on.
One of the worst B movies I've seen recently. I think it was on like Amazon Prime or something. It's called Llamageddon.
Man, with a title like
terrible.
that, it's got to be good.
Yeah, it's so bad it's good. I mean, you can't describe it. It's just you have to watch it. Wait, there's another good B movie also. It's like what's it like Kung Fu? Shit. I don't know, but there's like dinosaurs in it and hot chicks and laser beams and shit like that.
Oh man, this sounds awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's like 30 minutes long. Yeah.
Dinosaurs,
And there's
hot
time
chicks,
travel.
lasers, and karate. That's all you need.
Yeah, time travel too.
Oh, technically you have to have bow hunting skills.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It is actually a movie.
Llamageddon, yeah, it's the worst best movie. Or the best worst, I don't know, whichever way you want to put it.
There's a clip from Orgasmo. NASA ain't got shit on that rock. All right, I gotta delete that.
I'm watching the trailer for Llamageddon.
Oh shit.
In a world.
What's that movie where if you stare at the screen or you watch the movie, like you fucking die
Ring.
or whatever?
The Ring. Oh my god, this is fucking retarded. Okay, you guys gotta see this. Hang on. Now that I know how to share, I want to share everything. Llama kitten, what the fuck?
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't think the audio works with it. But just watch, it gets good. Wait for it. Wait for it.
You know the black person's gonna die, right?
He said, "There's something wrong with that fucking llama." You could run, but you cannot hide.
This is one of those movies you have to watch on some strong psychedelics, dude, to really get the full
Yeah.
potential of it.
That guy sounds like a llama.
I think I'd watch that actually.
Oh. Oh, that was awesome.
Sorry about that. Right in the middle there, my phone took a dump.
We just watched the trailer to Llamageddon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, put the
I
link in
can't
the chat.
unsee that.
It's so much
I have
better if you
I'm
hear
gonna
it.
have fucking nightmares about llamas.
Yeah.
There's the trailer right there.
Uh-huh. Yes.
He said, the guy got at the door. He said, "There's fucking something wrong with that llama."
That was the best part.
And they see the trailer that it came from. They're like, yeah, that's definitely from outer space.
I hate you, sugar cookie. I may have to watch that tonight.
Yeah. That's why I said you're welcome.
There's a guy that I guess got possessed by llamas. He started sounding like a llama. He was making a llama sound. It was weird.
Well, you just have to watch it and see. I mean, the llama comes from outer space, and then he's just like walking around, and then all of a sudden, like people start noticing it.
Well,
Give away. They're just at a party in the middle of nowhere.
The girl said, "Turn around," and there was a bunch of people in a jacuzzi, and a llama popped up with red eyes.
Yeah, as a llama does from outer space. Yeah. That's what you would expect to see. It's good shit, isn't it?
I have. Damn, I'm so pissed off. I'm gonna end up watching it tonight. I know it.
100%. I'm telling you, you will be let down. Well, not, no, you won't. You will not be let down.
I've seen the trailer. I don't think I will.
Yeah. if the trailer interests you, you'll be fine.
They didn't say interest.
Yeah.
I feel unfortunately drawn to watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was suspenseful. Like, I want to know what happens to that Fort Lawman.
You want to know what happens to the poor party goers.
Everything I'm looking on YouTube says the best worst movie ever.
That's what I said.
Another
Yeah.
one says the best bad movie you'll never see.
Yeah, the reviews are off the charts.
That's for sure.
Just wondering if they harmed that poor llama in the filming of this event.
No, it says at the very end, though, llamas were harmed.
Thought I saw a horn on the top of its head in there.
Maybe. Maybe you did. Maybe there's more than one.
Maybe there's unicorn llamas.
This one looks interesting.
Hi guys.
No guys in here, only leprechauns and unicorns.
There's a few unicorns. But they're not
Leprechauns too.
speaking up. Yeah, don't forget those.
But that's only if you got 2 R's and then you divide it by the 2, then you get the 1 UAF leprechaun.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And we're just waiting for Llamageddon to start.
Well, you still got to follow the 1, 2, 3 principle, but we'll see.
100%.
I don't know what's worse, the presentation or Llamageddon.
Yes. That was a prequel.
So what do you guys think? Are we moving or is the sky moving and the sun and the stars? Which one
We
it
are
is?
moving. We are moving and they are moving.
We're
But we are
moving in stereo.
So how is that when we go around the sun? If it's day now, how it can be day after half year? We are at the opposite side of the sun.
Because of the rotation and the orbit around the sun are in such that you don't notice it. Daylight savings are ways we see this. Pull the clock forward and back. Days get short. Days get darker sooner. The night or the day lasts longer. Those are it happening.
I mean, if you are on other side of the object and you go to the opposite side of the object, you would face in another direction. So it should be, if it's day now, it should be night in half year, because we are opposite side of the sun. So the light is coming from a different direction.
Okay, but so it takes 24 hours. So you have your sun in the nighttime, but as you're going around, we'll say quarter, so every 3 months, it's literally changing, and the days are getting longer or the days are getting shorter. These steps are happening so that you may not notice that in 6 months it's like that, but it is. That's why we get these long periods of day and then short periods of day.
But our clock what we have on our cell phones or in wrist, we don't have to change that. It's always the same. It follows the sun.
Yeah.
And if the clock
Because
is following the sun, how it can be that we don't have to change it?
Well, some places do. Daylight savings. But
I don't mean that one. That is a stupid thing. But I mean that we have to change it like 12 hours in half year.
No, it's still a 24-hour day.
Okay, I will make a drawing about this because it seems that you don't understand what I'm talking. So just a second.
No, I do. Okay.
Is he talking about the leap year or something?
No, okay. So what he's saying is, so 6 months from now, if the Earth is orbiting the sun, right now would be daytime. And in a sense, you're correct. You just don't notice it because it's so gradual through a whole year. And our time doesn't change because no matter what, the Earth's rotation still takes 24 hours.
Oh, okay. Never thought about that.
Now, if you're gonna make a drawing, do a drawing and have an Earth and account for every 2 months. So to have 24 Earths in around the sun, and strategically move it every time, like you're saying, and you will see that you're still looking at the sun as you go around. It's not 180 degrees in reality. Now, if the Earth didn't move and we were orbiting the sun, then that would happen. Then you would have a complete 180-degree change in days and nights. So take that into account.
Okay, I posted an image from the video I watched a couple of days ago, where this is explained. So it's hard to explain in one picture, but let's say you are on the left side of the image, and it's daytime. Let's say in Africa, it seems to be Africa there, where there's the daytime, and when you go half year, and the Earth is opposite side, is towards the sun, so the Africa is in the night side. So
that's South America. But you notice that in your image, the Earth has no rotation. So, like I was just saying, if Earth didn't rotate, what you're saying would be correct.
No, the Earth is rotating 24 hours per day.
Yeah, but in your image, it would illustrate if Earth didn't rotate.
No, that's not the case. No, because it rotates 24 hours and it's locked to the sun. Our clock is locked to the sun. So
yes, as the Earth rotates and goes around the sun, it is still seeing the sun in a 24-hour pattern, like we're talking about. In your explanation of it being daytime one half of the year and then nighttime the other half of the year would only work that way if Earth did not rotate.
Okay, I'm not talking about rotation. I'm talking about the exact minute or exact second half year from now, and the Earth is rotating by the model of the heliocentrics. But the thing is that if it rotates half year exactly, it should point in another in the same direction. So the sun must be in opposite direction because it's opposite side of the sun. It's hard to explain without watching the video, but I'm trying to explain that.
No, I get what you're saying, and I understand completely what you're trying to get at. The problem is what you're not taking into account is that every 24 hours throughout that whole orbit, it is looking at the sun 12 hours later. Every as it goes around, even around. The only reason it seems like this is a feasible thing you're saying is if the Earth did not rotate. If it was a stationary ball that orbited the sun, that would happen. But because it rotates, what you're not seeing is it's every speck of, like, every motion of that Earth around the sun, it's still rotating over and over and over and over again, all the way around. So it's always seeing the sun at 12 hours, 12 to 13 hours. And the fact that we have a long day and shorter days throughout the year shows that there is a difference in its precession.
Okay, I'm not talking about the length of the days because the clock is
But
always.
that has everything to do with it.
No, I'm not talking about that. That is because that model is tilted, but that's not the case. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking about.
it still matters that way. I know what you're saying, and you're just saying that you're saying no, but in reality, that is how it works.
That's what we would expect to see on a llama-shaped Earth.
On a Llamageddon Earth.
Yes.
Okay,
we would
so
expect to see that.
it seems to be hard to understand. So I try to do it in a shorter period of time. So 24 hours from now, is it day or now? Is it the same exactly time in your clock? If
It's
you go
about
24 hours from now, is it the same time exactly?
No, it'll be within
okay.
it'll be seconds or minutes off. And if you look at the what is it, the what's it called, the universal clock or whatever the hell they call it, what is it called? I know someone knows what it is. It basically keeps track of time.
Atomic clock?
Say again?
The atomic clock?
Yes, exactly. It shows that our years get longer, and it shows that it is off at a certain time. It is not the exact moment. And you can do this by, say, plotting a star in the sky, and exactly 24 hours later, plotting that same star throughout the whole year, and you will see that it does have a different angle to it. Again,
Well, isn't the clock off because the sun doesn't match it? So that's how the clock gets off?
that would be why it would be minutes or, well, yeah, minutes at times difference and if you're doing that. So like a solar noon doesn't happen every 24 hours. If you look at their solar noon for your area throughout the year, it changes in time because of that rotation in that orbit around the sun, which is why I'm trying to explain, but Eve's saying no.
But then you have to have the celestial or the space moving as well.
And it does.
And
That's why
it should be rotating also. So that's not with the model what you have. You are saying that the space is stationary. And
okay, now let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So in your picture you shared, on the bottom Earth, one that has South America being dark, you're going to be able to see you see stars, right? Well, when the Earth is 180 degrees on the other side of the sun at night, you don't see the same stars. You actually see a whole different set of stars. And if space was orbiting above us and we weren't moving, we would see the same stars every night.
Why would you say that?
There's two different motions. There's the solar day. That's the rotation of the Earth in your model. That's 24 hours, correct?
Yes, roughly
Then
24 hours, about 23 actually.
There's the sidereal day. Well, that's what's different. Is the sidereal day is the rotation of the stars around, and that's 4 minutes less than 24 hours.
The stars or the moon? Wait, are you talking about the stars or the moon?
The stars.
Okay.
So the stars and the sun move about at different speeds, right? The stars make their lap in 4 minutes less time, and that's why we get a different constellation with the sun rising every month. But if the motion of the stars and the sun were from the Earth rotating, why aren't they both at the same rate?
Because we know that all these stars and stuff are also moving. And our actual tilt is going to give us a different azimuth to those stars.
But the reason the stars move across the sky is because the Earth's rotating, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And the reason the sun moves across the sky is because the
I'm
Earth's
sorry.
rotating, right?
Yeah, because the stars you see are way further away than the sun.
Is the
So they're
sun
going-
rotating?
How can they be two? They're rotating at two different rates. That doesn't make sense because they're both moving because the Earth is rotating in your model, and yet they're
But is
rotating
the
at
sun
different
rotating, or
rates.
is it the only thing that's not rotating?
What do you mean?
I mean, is the sun rotating?
It's moving across the sky because the Earth is rotating.
So it's moving across space, not the sky. Oh no, yes, yeah. I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. Yes.
So don't
the
you
sun
see
appears.
the problem that your model has, that the sun
No.
moves at a different rate than the stars?
No, because the sun is closer. So it's going to move faster than the stars that are much further away.
But they're
Kinda like
both
if you-
moving.
The moon-
But they're
the moon
both moving across the sky as the result of the Earth's rotation.
No. They are also the stars, everything. So if you say you're in a circle, you're in the middle of the circle, and a ball is 20 feet away from you, orbiting around you. Then you have another ball 40 feet, and we'll say they're going the same speed.
Well,
Or
if that's
rotating
what you're going to go
that's
with,
exactly what
Sean,
will happen.
if that's what you're going to go with, then why aren't all the stars moving at different rates? Then
Because
if
they're
the
so far
distance-
away.
if the distance-
They do. It's just they're so far away that they're not moving like that.
Yeah, but hang on, Sean. Though, when you see a time lapse of the stars, the moon is going with those stars.
As fast or what?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, when you do a time lapse, how is it that you get that formation if the things above us are rotating? Wouldn't it be everything going in different directions? Why is everything having a uniform path across our sky though?
Well,
that's what makes sense
That's
if you
you
think of
arguing the opposite point of what you were just saying, isn't it?
Am I? I don't think so.
Well, the moon is going at the same, like with the stars on a time lapse. So how does that match up with what you were saying?
Well,
Stars are I mean, I would think that this, according to everything, the stars are way further away than the moon. But
oh yeah, hell yeah.
they move, but they move at the same rate on a time lapse.
Then wouldn't that mean that the viewer is the one moving, not the things in the distance? Just think about that for a second. Think about that. Okay, so if you look up, or if you hung balls from your ceiling and you rotated, wouldn't they do that?
You would think that the stars would rotate either slower or faster than the moon, which we think is closer, right?
Well, that way you would do that if you were stationary and the things in the close to you were moving and things further away from you were moving. You would think that you'd have a different rate.
So you would see some sort of what I would consider parallax, where the moon wouldn't move as fast, or it would move faster than the stars in a time lapse.
If they were moving,
it doesn't.
Yeah. So if you're standing on a stationary Earth and the moon and the stars are moving, you would think the moon would move much faster than the stars that are really far away. But if you're looking at this, if you're looking at those same objects and you're moving, i.e. the Earth,
the stars move faster.
they would look.
It wouldn't matter. One thing would be moving different than the other thing in the distance, whether
you just said that. But you just said that the moon moves just as fast as the stars in a time lapse.
Yeah. Have you not seen that?
No. Okay. Well, I haven't seen one with the moon in it. But if that's the case, then wouldn't the moon move faster than the stars if the Earth is
But it
stationary?
doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The stars move
Okay.
faster than the sun and moon by
But
4
it doesn't
minutes a
matter.
day.
I don't think it would matter because your vantage point is where you are. No matter what
Yeah.
model, there is no difference. There's like you would think that there would be some sort of like I said before, you would think that there'd be some sort of parallax between the sun moving faster just because it's closer and the sun, or I mean not the sun, but the stars behind
Okay.
would move slower, but they don't.
Yeah.
They move exactly the same.
That
So
would
I don't
mean
know how that would.
in
True.
that means that would mean that the reference, you or the Earth, would have to be moving for them to do that.
Why?
Because if the moon is so much closer than the stars, and they all go over our heads, either the moon would move faster than the stars, or the stars would have to move a shit ton faster than the moon because it's so much closer. It's like a racetrack. The inside lane to the outside lane. The stars are the outside lane, the moon's the inside lane. The stars would have to move much faster. So the stars would have a faster orbital rotation than the Earth above us if we were stationary. And then if you were the one actually moving, no matter what the distance are and where the close one is, you're the one that rotating. They're going to look exactly how they are, and that parallax you're talking about would only happen if you're the one moving. Because remember, if they're moving across the same, right?
I don't know. I'm confused.
Let's just think about it. So you're standing in the middle of a racetrack.
Yep.
And cars are going around. One's on the outside, one's on the inside.
Yep.
Either the top one
But
has to
see,
be moving.
that argument just destroys you right there because the
It
stars
doesn't.
rotate faster than the sun and the moon.
Well, yeah. Hang on. Let him finish it
Do
though.
they? Do they? Because he said that the moon in the time lapse, the moon is as fast, goes across just as fast as the stars do.
It's slightly
Let me
slower
see if I can find a video.
by 4 minutes
yeah.
a day. By 4 minutes a day, the stars rotate faster than the sun and moon. The sidereal day, they call that.
And over a year's time, that adds up to what was it again?
Basically, over a year's time, it moves the whole series of constellations around the sky one time.
Okay.
So that's why we have the different constellations with the sun coming up in the different constellations during.
Okay, so it says
Don't
it
stop
says
him when he's in the middle of proving
it says
different points.
the sidereal day, the time between two consecutive transits of the first point of Aries, represents the time taken by the Earth to rotate on its axis relative to the stars. It is almost 4 minutes slower than the solar day because of the Earth's orbital motion. So because it's orbiting the sun is why that happens.
But see, if that explanation were right, the Earth doesn't always move at the same speed, right? Because the orbit is not a circle, it's an ellipse. And so sometimes we're moving faster, sometimes we're moving slower.
Yes.
And yet that sidereal day is always 4 minutes slower.
It says it's almost 4 minutes shorter.
And it's different from the solar day, right? Which the solar day is the length of time it takes for the sun to make one complete rotation. The fact that you have two different speeds, it doesn't make any sense in your model.
Okay, it does. Here goes, and I can show you.
Set speed.
Is
there a set speed for the sun?
Here's in chat too. Kind of gives an explanation where. Let me see where it is. Where it says, I didn't want to do that. where it says M, that's by that's the minutes, and as the precession around the sun, that's where you're getting those 4 minutes. Which, yeah, that's exactly what it even shows an example of it.
How would you be able to notice anything the sun or anything could do 93 million miles away?
By seeing it.
Well, and which goes to, right, because if the day were 24 hours long, right, then why aren't we facing the exact opposite direction 6 months from now?
Because it's 23 hours and 56 minutes. It isn't exactly 24.
That's the sidereal day. That's not the
Yes.
solar day.
No, that's the solar day isn't even 24 hours. Your solar noon will not be your same exact time solar noon the next week. That's not how it works. That changes.
Solar
And
noon
that's
is
what you're
very
talking about, is how anything works. There is no spherical anything that works that way, any way you're talking and explaining right now anyway.
Sure there is.
There's
But
no
yeah,
elliptical, spherical, solar
okay,
noon
Simon.
from an elliptical, spherical.
Okay, that it doesn't make sense what you're saying. But solar noon isn't exact 24 hours every day.
Look at
It
the
actually
thing
changes.
you posted. It says 24 hours. I mean solar day.
No, it says 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds.
That's a sidereal day.
Now show where it says 24 hours.
Right below that, it says 24 hours. I mean solar day, and it's showing from
Okay, I'm
12
sorry.
noon when the sun is right
Okay.
over south to
Yeah,
the
but the
sun is right
solar
over
noon.
south. And so
But
if
the
the
solar noon.
solar day is exactly 24 hours, right, then when the sun has gone from one position to 6 months from
next.
now, it's on the complete opposite side of the sun,
No,
then
because
12 noon would be 12 midnight. Like it would be
if
dark at
yeah,
12 noon during the day.
if Earth was stationary. Because
No, if it's rotating, because it's gone from one. So, okay, we're on one.
Okay,
So
so
say it's the summer solstice. Okay, it's June 21st, and I'm in New York, and at 12 noon, it's I'm facing the sun. Okay, 6 months from now, when it's 12 noon, I'm facing the opposite direction. I'm looking away from the sun.
if the Earth didn't rotate, and if it took exactly 24 hours every day, then you would be correct. But that's why right now I'm trying to show you that
It
solar
shows in
noon
your
isn't.
chart, it is 24 hours. Look at your little chart you just posted.
I understand. Yes, I understand that. But But to show you that that's not exactly how it is, and that's also in relation to that 4 minutes you keep talking about, I'm going to try to show you a solar time schedule and show you that the time isn't the same every day, which means it's not 24 hours.
So what does my clock keep track of, Sean? Does my clock do
24-hour
24
period.
hours? Is my
Yes, your
clock
clock
24 hours? I
Your
mean,
clock
every
does.
clock is 24 hours, right, in
Mhm.
a day?
Yes.
And that
How long
can't
does it?
change. Like that
Okay.
has to
How
be the
long does
clock.
it? Okay. How long does it take for the Earth to have one full rotation?
24 hours.
No, it's 23:56.
That
So if you
is the motion of the stars, buddy. That's a
No, it's
sidereal
not.
day. Look at your
No.
chart. Look at your chart.
Okay.
Okay, it's
No.
showing you that you see how the star is lined up with the south, and then at 11:56, the star is lined up with the south again, and it takes until 12 again before the sun is lined up. That's a solar day is 24 hours. A sidereal
want
day is
me-
the motion of the stars.
No, it is.
Have you ever actually
Okay, I'll read it again.
Have you
It,
ever posted
represents
Just
the time
to
taken
round out a point I
the
had
Earth
earlier.
to rotate. Okay, but
Sorry,
like
Son,
you keep saying. Okay, go ahead.
Just to round out a point I had with you earlier, I pointed to the text chat. I did find a small video. It wasn't the type of video that I was looking at, but it was. I think it gets the point across that the moon goes with the stars in a time lapse. It wasn't what I
Okay,
was
so
what I was envisioning, but that's there. So
Well,
I'm sorry.
how many
Go ahead.
Globers actually have real footage of what the sun really
okay,
does across the sky?
okay. So
I have faith in it as a
so
Glober.
I'll share with what I'm reading.
My faith will destroy any of your evidence, and if it doesn't, then I'll just pray to Jesus.
Okay, so
He'll do
again,
that.
when I said
Very good,
that,
my son.
when I was talking about the Earth and its rotation, again, it's not 24 hours. It says, consider the Earth's movements, Earth's surface in respect to the planet's center.
Sean,
The Earth rotates every 23 hours,
can
56
I ask
minutes.
you, Sean, if you put a camera up and just had a stationary camera, like just sat there, right, and it wasn't a GoPro lens, maybe it was like a square camera lens, right, a rectangle lens, and you had that camera sitting there and it just watched the sun and the moon go past, what kind of ideas do you think you could get then?
Its apparent path across our sky.
Do you actually see it do anything in a circle?
What do you mean? Yeah.
I'm saying,
or a portion of it. Yeah.
So you personally watch the sun and moon go in a circle?
No, it has an arc.
Well, I just want to say the oldest clock in Prague.
As it rises off
It's one of the
horizon
oldest clocks, dude. Still
yeah,
working. Is still working accurately, and they haven't had to recalibrate it or anything. So if what you're
Okay.
saying is true, then that would mean over the last 500 years, that clock would have to be way off, and it's not.
Okay. I don't know what clock you're talking about, but
Okay,
what I
so
said about
I'll post
the
it in the
rotation
main
of the
chat if
Earth
you want.
taking
So can we
23
see
hours
the arc?
is how it is.
Can I
I'm
see
sorry.
the arc that the sun and moon make?
Yes.
An
Just
arc?
do a time lapse. Just do the time lapse. Yeah. That's why we have a moon in sunrise and a moon
Time
in
lapse
sunset.
What am I doing a time? What am I doing a time? What am I doing a time lapse of?
Of a sunrise, a moonrise, and a sunset, and a moonset.
So what am I going to see? I mean,
You're going to see the path. You're going to see the apparent path of the sun and the
I'm
moon.
going to see the sun come into my view.
No, you're going to see it rise up. You're going to see it rise from the horizon.
No, that's not what I see. I see the
Oh,
sun
really?
coming into my view
Oh.
like you would the tip of an airplane. You know what I'm
No, you
saying?
don't.
Like you see the
No,
tip of an airplane coming
you
into
don't
your view.
see.
And
So
then I
Denmark.
see it leave. Hold on, Sean. Then I see it leave like I would the ass end or the tail of an airplane, leveling.
Oh, so what you say is a sun and moon that starts as a pin drop and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it goes smaller and smaller to a pin drop. That's what you see?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Oh, that's what you would see on a flat Earth.
No, I said I see it come towards my face the way I see an airplane come towards my face. It doesn't
That's not
ride,
true.
climb ladder. Listen, Sean, it doesn't climb a ladder. It doesn't
Okay.
climb mountains. It doesn't rise from the ocean. It's not a great fucking ferry sea. What do you call it?
So Denmark. If you're
Phoenix
standing,
from the ashes? No, it's not that.
so if you're standing,
level, right, and it's coming forward until I see it come into my view clearly, and then it comes at towards me more. I see more. I see it clearer, and then it goes out of my view. What else do you see? Well, I mean, what do you see as a human? I mean, that's what I've said. That's all I've ever seen. I haven't seen any elliptical orbits.
I see it at my horizon. I see it high up in the sky, and then I see it down back at the horizon again. I don't see it coming straight at me, go overhead and out in the distance. That does not. No one sees that.
You don't see the sun make a straight path to where it goes from where it comes from? That's
Nope.
odd.
Nope. And if you took a time lapse, you could draw a line and see that.
You keep saying I need to take a time lapse of what?
No. Okay. If you spent a whole day watching the sun and drew a path of where that sun was, you would see that it doesn't go straight. It's not a straight line. No one says that.
Who says it's not a straight line?
No one. No one says it travels in a straight line. Who? Who says that?
Well, there's the clock I just
Who showed
posted
that?
in the main
Well, who
text
said it
chat
didn't
there.
travel in a diamond path
Check it
being
out.
in a straight line?
It's that
Still
Prague
getting together.
astronomical clock.
Yeah, I'll
And
definitely
like I
check it out.
said, it's been since 1410, dude, and it also tracks celestial bodies too. So not only
Who
time but
said
celestial bodies.
Who said it still couldn't move in a straight line and still give you your time? Just
Because it
exactly.
doesn't. Just the fact that it doesn't travel in a straight line.
So you
Just
think
the
a
fact that it
GoPro
doesn't.
lens, right,
No,
makes
I
an
didn't say anything about a go.
guy
No,
or makes it like do an
I
arc?
didn't. I didn't say use a GoPro. I said use your eyes.
So when I use my eyes, I could see it going east
You don't see
to
it go in a
west.
straight line.
It goes east to west. What kind of line
Yeah,
does it do?
an arc.
It does a wiggly line.
It
Can
makes an
you
arc.
draw the wiggly line it makes with the black
I never
marker?
said wiggly line. I said an arc.
Well, when does it not make a straight line? That's what I'd like to know.
Throughout the whole day, it doesn't.
Well, I mean, show me. Can you show me with the marker where it's not making a straight line?
Yeah, there's many. You just Google search it. Path of the Sun. Right now, I'm actually reading the link about the clock because I haven't heard
And it
about it.
could make a stop sign pattern. It could make a pyramid pattern above your head. It could make.
No, it doesn't.
Make any kind of.
You can.
It's got to be a sphere,
No,
right?
Emma, everyone's looked at the sun, and no one says it does any of those
I don't
things.
think everyone has, Sean.
I have. You have. Everyone has. You don't see it going in a
Okay,
straight
so
line.
when I see it, I don't get in my mind what you think you're getting. That's not what I see in my mind.
Okay, well, it's definitely not a straight line. I don't think anyone says it
I
travels
see
in a
it could
straight
go
line.
like an eyeball pattern, right? It could go from east to west and hit one certain point, and then come right the fuck back, hit a certain point, go right the fuck back, hit a certain point, and not make a perfect sphere, not make a perfect anything. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't have to make a perfect spheroidal, fucking spherical, fucking idea of a pattern across the sky ever at all. Never has it ever had to do that ever, not once.
That clock. Right.
The clock works that way. The sun doesn't have to work that way. Just because the light and the time we use is calculated that way, Sean, on a dial from the shadow or the sunlight, doesn't mean the sun does not have to travel in a straight path.
There's actually many times where this clock didn't work, and the last time 1945 was one of the last times so far I'm reading that they started it back up again. Started working again 1948.
Well, how do you know this?
Well, either way, I'm just saying, man, like you gotta think, dude, if there's like a 4-minute difference per day and this thing started at 1410, then that thing would have to be way off, but it's not.
But hang on, but you said this clock was
Way
part
off
of your
from
reason.
what though? If
This
it's
clock
on
isn't
from where it's on, it's never going to be off from being off of anything. It's never going to be off. There's no such thing as off. This thing can't be off. There's no what. The only thing it can be is said in a wrong format by a human. That's it. It can't be off.
Oh
no, the clock
Yeah, the
is
sun
off
can't be
when
off of the sun. The moon can't be off of the moon. The moon's never not
I'm
going to be
gonna
the
let you and DMOC hash that
No,
out.
don't, dude.
Yeah.
Come back.
So you tell
Don't leave the conversation, you asshole.
Hey, Sean, can you step up
Can you
1
just
second?
can you just see from
Hold
your
on, I
little
want to know
picture
when
though?
Dyslow is going to make the moon or sun do something different than what they do every day. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for anyone to make the sun or moon do something fucking different than what the fuck they are going to do for the existence of their time of being whatever
What
they
if I
are.
can put that sun and moon in a bowl of cereal with some pink stars and orange moons and yellow clovers, like, and call it magically
I'm
delicious?
waiting to see it. Well, yeah, let's see it. I'm waiting to see you do that.
All right. You like Lucky Charms?
Well, sure.
They are magically delicious.
Now, what I'm telling you is the sun and moon don't have to moon in a circle. They don't have to move in a circle at all.
I'm just saying, you still need a container for the Lucky Charms.
I don't know what the fuck a Lucky Charm has to do with anything. I don't even know what that is. Anyway, the sun and the moon
They're
do
little
not have to
marshmallows, but they're
move.
painted
They
real
can
sugary.
move if you
They're
have any
good.
comprehension in your mind. They can move in a fucking straight pattern, right? Still getting back to the point, like a ping pong, or like a fucking eye, or like a star, or like a fucking a square pattern, or like a
I mean,
triangle.
straight isn't a pattern.
All I'm saying is it doesn't have to arc.
It doesn't have to, but it does.
No, I don't think so. I think your lenses and your eyeballs arc, and you keep reaffirming everything else. I think you keep calling a fucking arc because you see it like a Tootsie Roll. That's not my fault.
You're right. It's not. I don't know what to tell you, Devok.
Well, I mean, like globe, whatever it is, I think I see becomes a Tootsie Globe to me. No, it doesn't mean globe just because you think globe. You have to prove it. There has to be proven elliptical orbit and all this shit. Once you prove any of that, then yeah, we can go along with that Tootsie Globe. Fucking right, I'll go along with it.
Okay, I'll
But
put a
until I
link in
see
the chat.
actual-
Okay, so that's damn it, didn't save it.
Right, but what I'm telling you is the lens. Every time I've ever seen anybody set up a fucking time lapse, it's all set up wrong, and it's all set up in arcs of a fucking GoPro lens. Does that really match reality to you?
I don't think that's true.
So.
I don't think that's true at
Where
all.
do you got? Where do you got the rectangle
What
lens
about
at?
what about the time
So
lapse that I
not-
posted in chat? Would you? I mean, it's only like
Is it
11.
not GoPro?
I'm going to right now.
Is it not GoPro? Is it not set up like? Is it not GoPro format?
I'm not sure. I didn't look at the description of it.
I'm about to watch it right now. What? That was like half a second.
Trying to
Yeah,
figure
that
out,
shit's all
Sean.
set up in a fucking elliptical, circle, fucking orbital structure to where all of it just makes you think globe,
Canon.
sphere.
No, it's not a GoPro. By the way.
No, the cartoon. It's a Go cartoon.
Something. No, the point of that is that the moon is moving at the same rate stars are.
Go gadget cartoon.
Yeah, that would be if that's the case.
It's
That
not a
reference
cartoon.
that reference is literally saying
I don't know. There's
the
probably some
observer is
processing that
moving.
went along with it. I'm sure, but
I'm just trying to figure out, why does the sun take longer to go around one time than the stars, which are further away?
I don't think
That seems to
it
go
works out.
against your. Well, that's
can you-
exactly what your little diagram is showing. The little picture you put, right? It says that the stars make a full rotation in 23 hours and 56 minutes.
No, it says Earth does. I can read it again. Yeah, literally, it says to consider the movement of the Earth's surface with respect to the planet's center. The Earth rotates once every 23 hours, 56 minutes in 4 seconds. Yeah, the 23
So
is the Earth rotation, not the stars.
So a day isn't 24 hours.
No. This is what I keep trying to like. I keep saying that the Earth's rotation from the time you see the daytime to the next daytime isn't exactly 24 hours, and because of that is why we don't see this 180 thing that you guys keep saying. Other half of the year you should see. It's because the Earth's rotation is not 24 exact. So that means 6 months. It's not, or whatever, 24 times 6 months or whatever. Or 180, yeah, 180. It's not the same. It's not how you're saying it works that way. That's why a solar noon will be a different time. And I know earlier when I was talking about solar noon, I misspoke, but that is how it works. Because Earth's rotation isn't exact 24 hours, that's why solar noon will not be the same time every day.
Yeah, but exploding balls of fire don't float. So,
Okay.
So this is pretty much nonsense.
I'm not sure what's floating.
Well, doesn't your model
So
say?
if you're saying solar noon's unpredictable, then you just technically debunked the Eratosthenes experiment outright.
I didn't say solar noon was unpredictable. Solar noon is very predictable. It's just not the same time every day.
Yeah. And when Eratosthenes performed that experiment, they weren't able to predict that.
Okay, well, we can predict it now. And that was how long ago?
So you saw it a
you would
bunch of
think
times, and
over
now you
time,
can predict it.
apparently.
So you can predict it because you saw it a bunch of times.
Yeah, I guess so. If that's the way you want to put it, sure. Regardless of that, solar noon is predictable. So you can go and look and see what time your solar noon will be tomorrow for where you're at. And it will not be the same time. Which makes it actually a good prediction.
I don't know. You need that. You need that fireball floating. I've never seen
Again,
that.
I know your whole floating rock thing, but it's not floating.
But it's the same thing as I said before, though, right? It takes the stars then longer to make the 24-hour rotation. I mean, they make it faster than the sun does.
Because we're not seeing it in a 24-hour everyday step. And again,
I don't even know what that means.
Okay, so
what I'm saying here, listen to what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying.
It takes the sun, 24 hours. Yeah, I'm looking at your picture here. It takes the sun 24 hours to move to the same position that it was before in the sky. And meanwhile, the stars, it only takes 23 hours and 56 minutes. So you have one rotation speed is causing the stars to move at one speed. The sun.
It's called the diurnal motion, and that is the path of the stars that we see, and it lasts 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. One cylindrical day. Again, it's the same thing. It's the path. It's how long it takes Earth rotation. It's not. The stars aren't faster than the sun. I'm reading it right here. I'll put it in the chat. What I just read.
How do you reconcile that with seeing the stars move?
Earth rotation.
But you don't see that. You see the stars move.
It appears that they move because we are standing on the moving reference.
So ignore what you see and explain what you can't see.
No, understand that you are the reference point, and that because you are moving, things appear to be moving as well.
But you don't see that.
We do. It's exactly what you see.
No, you see the stars moving. That's exactly what you see.
Okay. You are standing on the reference frame.
No, I'm standing on Earth.
Okay, so if you get on a merry-go-round and spin around, you're telling me that everything around you doesn't look like it's moving?
No, the merry-go-round is moving and I'm standing on it, being carried by it.
Okay,
Right.
Guess what? That's the same effect.
No, because we see the stars moving.
No, it appears that you see the stars moving.
No, that's what we see.
Okay, so let me ask you something. So tonight for the next 3 months, will you see the same stars?
No. They'll switch.
So will you see the same stars tomorrow?
Well, you'll see them, but they'll be in a different position.
How much of a different position?
And just a little bit.
Okay,
A little
so
bit
kind of like
to
the
the
sun.
west.
Okay, so what you're telling me is you'll see the same stars for one part of the year, and then somehow they'll all completely switch up 6 months later. How's that possible?
Well,
Where do the other stars go? So
they're
if the
spinning.
stars are hang on. So the stars rotate above you. So imagine that. So if you do like a circle with your hand, around and around and around, at what point do those stars change?
What do you mean change? Their position changes because they're moving.
So wait. So you're now telling me that you'll see a consistent amount of stars for half the year, then 6 months later you'll see a completely different set of stars. Where are the other stars?
Over there.
Where?
Over there.
So so you're telling me there's two separate star systems going in the same direction, but you see, then how do you see two different star systems 6 months apart from each other?
I'm telling you what I see.
Okay.
I mean,
so how do you
make
see
a
two
story?
different? Okay. No,
Again,
how do you
forget
see?
what you see, explain what you can't see. That's the whole globe thing.
Okay. So since it's that way for the globe and it's not for flat Earth, then explain to me how you see two different star systems 6 months out of the year.
Again, you want me to forget what I see, explain what I can't see. That's
so
the glob in a nutshell.
Okay, so then how is it for the flat Earth? How would you explain that? Explain what you see. How?
You see flat, do you not?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
we're
because
talking
you've
about
got
the
these
flat
two
Earth.
different rotation rates because you have the stars moving
Mm,
4 minutes slower.
No.
and-
I just showed you in the chat. That's not true.
Yeah,
The
you
arc
put a
of the
picture.
Well, it's what you're
It's not
saying.
true.
You're saying that the Earth's rotation is that 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Yes.
I'm saying the amount of time it takes the stars to rotate around the Earth is that time.
Okay. One and that what it's
And
called
it takes the sun 24 hours.
No. Okay. For us to see the sun, the Earth's rotation, we see the sun every 23 hours, 56 minutes. The solar noon is not the same time every day. The solar noon is the point where the sun is the exact point it was the day before or the next day. The arcs of the star is the same as the sun for us. I put it in the chat. The last thing I put in the chat is the explanation. It's called the diurnal circle.
A diurnal circle.
Yes.
The time for one complete rotation is 23 hours, 56 minutes,
Okay.
4 seconds.
But it says
one sidereal day. That's the time. So that's the time it takes for the stars to make one complete circuit.
Okay. Now, if
and
you go
that's
up
a
in the
shorter
chat,
amount of time that it takes the sun to make one complete circuit.
No, it's not. It's not. If you go up in the chat,
They're going at different rates. I'm telling you, the sun.
Okay.
Go look at your fucking picture you posted before.
Yeah. Okay. But now I'm
It
literally
says
telling
right
you.
on there.
Okay. So the sidereal period, sidereal period. Okay, that's the sun, right? That's it. And it says, I put in the chat at 38 past the hour. It says, consider the movement of the Earth's surface with respect to the planet's center. The Earth's rotation once every 23 and 56 is that cylindrical period. I scroll down and I typed in for
That's your
the path of the
sidereal
sun.
day. That's your diurnal circle, right?
Yes. One is the
That's
stars.
the time it takes the stars to rotate around. Okay,
No,
then you have a
it's the time.
solar day.
One is the time.
Day, the time it takes the sun to make one complete revolution all the way around.
Okay, then
and that's
if
24
that's the case,
hours.
The thing you posted in chat, Sean, is is just like a diagram of something. It's not like a thing.
Well, that diagram it shows that the Earth rotation
Just a
is
picture.
23 hours. Okay, but I also put in text chat the definitions for these periods. Someone said the sidereal period.
No one's there watching. They're not
Am I
looking
looking at
down.
a different thing because it also showing you a flat northwest east south plane?
What are you talking? No, it doesn't. It's okay.
Sorry, sorry, I missed that.
Someone said that the stars cross our skies faster than the sun does, and I just read what they call is the diurnal, whatever the fuck what you say it was.
Diurnal.
Diurnal circle
There it
is the time it takes for the arc of the stars to pass us that we see.
Right. And your diurnal circle is the exact same as a sidereal day, and
And
that
how long is
is
that?
the time it takes the stars to make one
No.
complete rotation.
See, you're
You keep
literally
saying no. I'm
changing
looking.
Okay.
I'm looking
yeah,
at
but
your fucking. I'm looking at your picture that you posted, right?
Okay.
And this is exactly what your picture says. A
Yep.
sidereal day is
Okay.
23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds, and that's the
Okay.
time you see. They have the sun and the star over the south, and then there it is at 11:56. The star is back in the same position, but the sun hasn't made it back to the same position yet. Because the sun, it takes 24 hours.
That is because the Earth's rotation is less than that 24 hours you keep talking about. So if you're looking at the sun in that first picture, and then 23 and a half hours, that's where the sun will be, and that's where the star will be. Do it again to add a little bit less time, more time. That's where the path of the sun and then the star will be. That is distinct by the movement of the Earth in that 4 minutes. That's not 24 hours. It's not saying that it moves across or it may move faster, but in our rotation, that's the time we see it across our skies and back again. For us, is 23 hours, 56 minutes. So every day, it's 4 minutes. It's going to be 4 minutes less than where it was, and because the sun is closer and the stars are further, that's how it's going to work. You're saying it's this. You keep saying that these cycles or these periods of times that they're talking about, a sidereal day and the diurnal day circle, are the stars' movements, and the definitions are literally saying it's due to the Earth's movement. That time period is the time it takes for Earth to go around.
But so here I'm back to my same question again.
Mhm.
Why is the sun the stars? Well, all right.
Because the Earth does not do a 24-hour. It doesn't take exactly 24 hours, so it's not going to be in the same spot. And because the stars are further away, they're going to be processed further. So it's not going to be at the same point as where the sun is. It's going to be off from it because of where we are in our orbit and in our rotation. That's what that little image I shared earlier, that's what it's showing you. It's showing you that because the Earth isn't a 24-hour exact thing, that as it orbits, it's going to process and show you where those things are differently. They're going to be skewed because we're not doing a 24-hour every time all the way around. That's why
Sounds
I
like
keep saying
two things.
it's literally not. And the best example of how we know that is, again, your solar noon will not be exactly the same time every day, but it is 24 hours. That's why I keep trying to explain. Solar noon and the time it takes for Earth to rotate is not the same thing.
So that's what I'm saying earlier is like the clock is off.
Our clocks, yeah, it is off. And there's I don't remember what it's called, but it's called something else.
You trying to prove the globe, Sean?
No. I don't think I've said proof once this whole conversation.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to that, so I was asking.
So what about the stars matching the moon in the so-called rotation? Did that get a hand wave dismissal, or is that like
No, I said
a response of, well, that's exactly what we would expect to see?
no, I said if you're the that's what you would see as the reference or
I knew
you
it.
being on that. Okay, you knew it.
I knew
I
it.
all I-
Yeah, I knew
all I
it. It's
can-
like, that's what we would expect to see. That's like
okay,
a
well,
common thing that I hear.
well, I told you if you want to illustrate this yourself, you could put two objects in the distance, and if you can make them orbit around you, you could see how you would see it, or if you became the reference frame and do what you're saying. But
Well, you were
I
giving
guess
an
you could say
example of a race car track. You're in the middle of a
Mhm.
race car track, and one car's in the inner lane and one car's in the outer lane.
Yep. And if the outer lane's going faster, inside lane's going the same, or has to go, or the outside lane would have to go faster than the inside lane to stay lockstep, right? So if you're just standing there and they're passing you, that's exactly what would happen. Now, if these same cars are doing the same thing, and you actually turned and watched them at the same time, they would look like they're going the same speed. Only way I can think about it is if I have something in front of me, two things in front of me, and I'm rotating myself as the reference frame. When you're talking about it, you're taking away the reference frame.
So what about, so okay, are you saying this so let me try and figure this one out here. So take the Rockettes, the dancing ladies that are like 50 feet, and then they all rotate around.
Yep.
The one that's on the, say, the right hand side, and then they're all turning around in a circle. The one on the left hand side is going like
A little
shit ton
X-rated, man.
faster. Yeah. You're saying if from the vantage
Yes.
point of the
yeah.
one in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
then they're all going the same,
No.
apparent same speed.
Okay. Yes. If you're in the middle, okay, you're the middle person, the middle rocket, and you look to your right as you guys are doing this, everyone's going to look like they're doing the same speed. But obviously, the girl on the very outside of that has to be going a lot faster than, say, the girl next to her, the person next to the middle person. We know that.
I totally follow you on that. However,
so you have
the
two trailer
Earth
park
is
girls
not
going around the outside,
on the outside.
without a parent.
The apparent outside.
Oh, okay.
But the Earth is not the center, or the Earth is not that first rocket that we're talking
Yes,
about.
it is. But I'm telling you the Earth is. Because when you're looking at the moon and the stars, no. If you're looking at the moon and the stars, like you just said, the Earth is that middle rocket.
Well, the problem is that this, according to your model, is that the sun, everything's rotating around the sun, not that first rocket. So you have to have a third. I guess I would consider like a third person point of view, which would be this.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Okay.
work out how you think it.
How about this? So the middle rocket is the sun, right? The girl next to her, they move away from them 10 feet. Or, matter of fact, they move away from 30 feet. And they do their own little circle. Yeah, they do their own little circle as they go around the middle girl. That's exactly what would happen.
Where am I looking at this from?
You would be the middle rocket of the circle, of the group.
Okay, I'm not in the audience.
No, nope. That means you'd be in space.
Well, the sun, aren't we all?
Well, you'd have to be referencing, if you were in the audience, you would be in space looking at all that happen. So you'd see the Earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars if you're in the audience.
So I'm the middle rocket?
So let's clarify this so no, it's not confused for you. Okay, so we have a Rockette standing by herself in the middle.
Oh.
Then we have 10 Rockettes 50 feet away from her, doing their own little circle. Right
on each side of her, though, right?
Nope. Hang on. Nope. Just one group doing their Rockette circle. You would be in the middle Rockette of that circle, and as you guys are doing that circle, you guys are moving around the middle person. That would be the exact
line.
No, it'd be a circle around that middle, the Rockette by herself in the middle.
Oh,
yeah, mind blowing.
I think it's more
okay. Wait a
confusing.
second. Start over. On the
He
middle
said it.
Rockette. When I think of a middle Rockette, I think of me being the Rockette with my tutu on, and then
That's
there's
gay.
there's 20
just kicked-
there's 20 to my left and 20 to my right, not a circle around me, and I'm in the middle.
No. Okay, so you said, remember how you said they do that? They do like a circle, the whole line, like a circle, like they
The
go
line,
around.
circle, yes. Like it'd basically be a great big radius.
Yes, right. So you're the middle one. Now,
But if I'm in the middle, that means there's people on the left and right. You mean I am the
Yes.
center point of the radius, or what?
yes, you're the center of the radius. Now that center of the radius, you guys are doing that, but as you're doing that, you're also circling. You're doing a circuit around the whole stage, and in the middle of that stage is a big bright light, a big ball of light just sitting right there.
Spotlight.
Yep.
Or is
Whatever.
this like an orb?
We'll just say a light that shines in all directions.
So
So
an
there's
orb. Okay.
3 layers to this, right? There's the
Yeah,
stars.
so if you're in that line of 20 Rockettes, you're the middle one. We already understand that you're making just steps in a circle, but to your right and to your left, the very outside of that line, they're moving a lot faster than you have to because to keep in step. But when you look to your left and right, that line looks like it's moving. That whole right side looks like they're all moving forward at the same speed. Right?
So are you saying that the moon is moving at the same speed as the stars? Because the moon is definitely moving at the same speed as the Earth, according to everything, right? So if the moon and the Earth are moving at the same speed as each other, as they're doing all kinds of rotational gymnastics,
around that spotlight,
the stars behind them are doing the same thing.
they appear to be doing the same thing from your reference point.
How are the
From your
stars
reference
rotating exactly the same as the sun and the Earth and the moon, which is weird to me to begin with. The Earth and the
appear.
The
They
Earth and the
appear.
moon are the Rockettes, and the stars behind them are like whatever far as fuck away, right? So how they're not holding shoulders. The stars
You're
are
right.
not holding shoulders with the Earth.
This is your example. This is the best way I can give it to you with your example.
So they're not holding shoulders and dancing together. The stars are clear out there, way further away. Nobody can touch them.
Yeah, well, that furthest Rockette is really, really far away.
They appear to me moving at the same rate, even though they're not connected in any type of orbital.
But they're not moving at the same rate. You know they're not.
Right. So what you're saying is the stars are in orbit along with the moon to the Earth.
It would appear that way, but it's not, obviously.
I don't know if that's not obvious.
Okay, so when you're that middle Rockette, do they all look like, when you look to your right, does it look like that everyone's moving at the same speed as they go around? Right? That kick line, the outside girl, doesn't look like.
I follow you up into the part where like everybody's locking arms and going around twirling and twirling.
They don't have to. They don't have to be locked arms. Let's say they're all arm's length apart.
That's the
It's still the
analogy of
same
the
scenario.
that's the analogy of the Earth and the Moon, locking arms and dancing around in a perfect harmony of circles, of one
I guess
circle.
if that's
Right.
where you want to take it, but that wasn't
Yeah.
exactly. No, that's not what I said.
I think that would be the next, hypothetically logical step. So sure. So the Earth, so the Moon is locked in orbit around the Earth as it rotates. So therefore, it looks like it is not moving. However, the stars.
I didn't say that.
Well, I thought that was a given.
Maybe for you, but that's not. I definitely didn't say that.
I thought it
keep
was a
saying
thing.
that. I definitely keep saying that they're not lockstep.
I thought it was a thing.
Definitely said they're not.
Well, it's a certain distance away from the Earth the entire time as the Earth spins and only sees that one side of the Moon as it goes. Right?
Oh, that's because the moon's tidal locked.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. They're tidal locked, shoulder to shoulder or arm to shoulder, like the Rockettes are.
No, I don't.
So if there's Rockettes going from the Earth to the Moon,
no,
that's what it looks like.
Your analogy no longer works.
yeah, no, it totally does.
No,
There's
no,
rockets
definitely not.
from the Earth to the Moon, and that's how it goes all the time. And then, so beyond the Moon, that's where it all falls apart. because the
Do we need to watch your presentation again?
The Moon, and we all know that the stars aren't rotating along with the Earth and the Moon. Or
Yeah.
are
no.
Hey, Sugar Cookie, have you ever heard of the star Fabian?
Oh, thank God you're here, Kool-Aid.
Have you ever heard of the star Fabian?
I have now.
So Fabian's claim.
How do you spell it? Can you spell that? Is it S?
No. Maybe I'm probably saying it wrong. Thuban.
Okay.
Back around the time where the pyramids were being built, that was the North Star.
The Egyptians.
Yep, that was the North Star back then.
That's strange because it was actually not what they presented with the pyramids, because
So
you can
can you,
actually see the star above the.
Elaborate.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of that?
Or oh shoot, I'm breaking up, aren't I?
No, you're good.
Sure. Here's a scientific explanation of it from
Wait a second.
ancientorigins.net.
Don't be getting all off. Okay, I know you're full of shit because this isn't about boats, or is it?
Boats.
Oh well. No, he's right. All I talked about is boats.
All right, so I know you're just talking off your. Are you shooting from the hip here? Okay, I'll go with you.
I actually this, to be honest, this is something that BioDuel showed me the other day, and I thought it was super cool.
Sounds cool.
Yeah. So, which is but Thuban or Thaban or however you say it is part of the Draco constellation, and it used to be fixed at the celestial North Pole.
Yeah,
27,000 BC or 2700 BC.
Wasn't that funny
Are
how
you
the
gonna
North
make me
Star
fill in
now
the dots
actually?
for myself, or can you help me out here?
Yeah, is there? We heard you, yeah, for the second time, but is there any evidence of that or anything that could prove?
Oh, I just posted a write up about it in Livestream 2 text.
Yeah, I see that, but you want me to actually click on it and read it?
I mean, you don't have to.
I mean, can you just summarize it?
Yeah, sure. Because of stellar precession back in 2700 BC, Theban, which is now part of the Draco constellation, was the North Star.
Hang on, can I before you continue, can we just make sure for the record that you're not jumping in here to
You motherfucker, don't say it.
No.
Do not say it. Dude, you
Okay.
better not. That's fucked up. You dick.
Okay.
You're not wrong.
No,
right.
he was saying you're here to save me, is what he was trying to get.
Just for the record, you're not okay.
It kind of
So
hurts.
this is 100% all right.
For the record, I'm not. I really.
We've had a great night. We've talked about our personal lives. We agreed on a lot of things, and you just went there.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
hurts.
we've come a long way. I think we've come a
We're
long
like-
way.
We're like best friends now. You just stabbed me in the back.
BFFs,
But the
I just want to
the
make sure he wasn't fucking with you.
that image I just posted is actually what the old North Star used to look like, or what astronomers believe it looked like.
Right.
Obviously,
So what
there's no
pseudoscience
picture back then.
have theorized. Okay.
What people who do this all day, every day for a living
Look at
honestly believe. Yeah.
Really,
observe and claim. No problem. I
that's
got
not
it.
true. There was actually a calendar that was reverse engineered, and they found out the only way they could reverse
So
engineer
what about? I mean,
is that a Polaris was actually
this
the
is
start of
like
Egyptian times.
500 words you want me to read. Okay, fine. Or can you summarize what your point is here, though, or do you want me to pretend I know what you're trying to say?
Yeah. The stars don't move in lockstep or are arm in hand in arm, whatever the term you were using was. They don't circle around, they don't move with the earth, and they don't reset year to year.
However, I appreciate what you're trying to say here. However, that's not what I was saying. I was saying I was saying they move at the same rate as the moon.
No.
So just no. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's been what?
Because of an article?
Well,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
exactly
and
what.
That's what I'm saying. Can you explain this article?
Sure.
Can you give me some sort of understanding
me-
of this article?
You can just Google it. They just Google it and then just read it from it.
4,700 years ago, the stars had moved a small amount, and they believed that this star was at the celestial North Pole.
Okay.
The stars don't reset. They don't move around the Earth every 28 days. It takes 4,000 plus years for them to move a few degrees.
I didn't say they did, but okay.
Okay,
no
a
problem.
sugar cookie. It says the moon moves on the average 13 or 27.3 or 13.2 degrees per day relative to the stars, which just move over a degree per hour, and approximately equals its
so
apparent size each night.
I
It
was
moves about
waiting,
13
but
degrees.
it's either so there's three things that I that are like kind of get my spidey senses tingling. One of them is that's what we would expect to see. Another one is, which is I think that you've already said earlier, and another one is, well, it's too small to really notice. It's kind of
No.
too small to measure, which I'm kind of hearing that now, or too large, it's too big to see. You know, you wouldn't too big to see.
Or you can, if you click on the chat, the motion of the moon, look. I put a detailed explanation without kicking girls on the stage that explaining that what you're saying is not what's seen.
And also, I'm saying this is big enough to notice. This is why.
I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. Can you start over?
Yeah. This change is big enough to notice this is an extreme long change.
100
That
years, sure.
right, but this is also the reason that we need to update our nautical almanacs and our nautical star charts every 5 to 7 years.
Okay, well that's happening.
That's about both.
That's what
You
we
know
would
I
expect
know
to
that.
see. That's exactly what we'd expect to see,
Same
right?
rap, asshole. I hate you so much. We're best friends and you're doing this. I thought you were different. You showed me Llamageddon, you asshole.
Llamageddon, motherfucker.
Something's wrong with that llama.
So far, I've gotten the fact that I'm gonna have to read this fucking article myself because you're really not have clearly stating a I need an executive summary here. I see a picture of a bunch of stars, and one of them has a circle around it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that circle is the center dot is the North
Thuban,
Pole.
the Thuban.
Right.
That's what
Thuban's
it
the name of the
used to
star.
look like.
Yeah.
How did they take a picture of it if that's what it used to look like?
That's obviously not a picture.
Some more CGI bullshit. Okay.
No, that's a drawing, dude.
It is?
Oh, yeah.
Might not be.
There's literally you're looking at the white one.
Black piece of paper, start putting dots all over it. Is that what you're calling a drawing, or are we looking at two different things here?
I'm looking at the image I posted. The
I'm
last
also looking
image.
at the article. Sorry, I was looking at the article.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, no problem. We can look at the article.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? I'm trying to. Okay.
I was looking at the one where they have. They literally have. I thought we were talking about the drawing that had the little drawing of a dragon on it, and I was going to say no. That's very obviously a draw. That's
Oh
a drawing.
shit, dude! I didn't even see that. That's cool. Is that your tramp stamp?
That's a good one.
Hey, sugar cookie, you wouldn't have to be drinking beer next to that bonfire, would you?
Yeah, I'm having a beer.
A few.
I actually am looking to get a new tattoo.
There you go.
Please tell me
There
it's
you
not
go,
going to be a
bro. Right
tramp
there.
stamp.
Put that on your shoulder, right? Show off your deltoids with that one. Like you could put the center of it. Whatever. Do whatever you want with your tattoos.
Were you
There's a rat in
speaking-
there. Is that a gopher? What is that? What's that?
Those are like
What's
the
the other-
celestial
Ursa Minor.
pictures.
Yeah, it's Ursa Minor. It's a beaver, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's a beaver.
It pretty much maps out where you should put every tattoo.
Ursa is a bear.
Ursa Minor,
That is
though.
not a
I thought.
bear.
Yeah, minor.
Oh.
That's a muskrat.
Winona had a beaver.
I'll look it up. I don't remember.
So what kind of dragon is that? Snake eagle dragon?
It's a gecko.
It is a Greek interpretation of what a dragon looked like.
So that's what it used to look like.
How deep do you want to go into dragon lore?
I have
Well,
a
I mean, I'm gonna have to. I don't know how you fucking nerds call it. Like I'll default to you, my king. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, but yeah, that's a depiction of what the Greeks thought the dragons looked like. Because to them they were sea monsters that mostly were serpents that lived in the deeps.
Did they have wings?
And
Hey, Kool-Aid.
what's up?
I just put a picture, or I just took a picture of a book that my girl has. So if you want to talk dragons, we can.
Okay.
Is there any
That's where she got her tramp stamp idea from?
That's a good book.
Yeah, I've kind of started looking through it. It's fucking crazy. It's like every fucking dragon ever spoke of, and what they are, what they do, where they came from. It's awesome.
Is it one of those books that's kind of like the book of like the Evil Dead,
Sure.
where it's
I'll
like really like
I'll grab it and I'll take
tactile,
some
you know?
pictures of it. Hang on.
You're
Give me a
talking about
second.
the Necronomicon, and it's not as
Yeah. No,
bad
my
as you
bad.
think it is.
My bad. Yes.
It's nothing.
There you go. All right, I'll look for some dragons in this, and I'll take pictures.
Yeah. The Chinese had much cooler dragons. There's where we get our feathered and winged dragons from.
Yeah, those were way cooler. The snake dragons.
Yeah.
Well, what came first?
The
Was this
dungeon.
like a dragon that evolved from the snake dragon into the snake eagle dragon into the Chinese wing?
There are a couple of theories that actually hold a little bit of credence. The most predominant one that I like anyway is that these are Neolithic animals that no longer exist, and it was their best way of describing what they saw.
So by what do you mean by Neolithic?
Dinosaurs.
Okay.
Like, it's not exactly what I mean, but it's the easy way to say
A
it.
simpleton like me would understand that. I get it.
It's simple. It's very, very similar to the way Christians use the word behemoth is that in Job that's featured in? It's the same as the Christian apologetics for that.
Yeah, I don't know what those people say.
The other theory is, of course, that it was just people making shit up, and that's a really hard theory to disprove.
Do we have dinosaurs that would be dragons, though? I mean, so-called dinosaur bones or anything like that?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
Crocodile.
We definitely have fucking unicorns, and so therefore I am correct.
We actually do have unicorns.
But do you know?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know
And
what
they
the unicorns?
there's rainbows.
No, have you seen where the unicorn mythologic came
I
from?
have to see one. You don't have to
Well,
see it.
do you know what it came from?
Cause it's the effect, and the effect is the cause, man.
Okay, so back in the day, early settlers from like Europe came, and when they went hunting, they ended up coming across a deer-like animal, horse-like animal, as you will, called an apex. The apex horns, when you look at it from the side, it looks like it's on its forehead, and it's only one horn, and that is where the myth of the unicorn came from.
I don't know about that. It seems like it goes way back further than that.
That's one of the theories. The other theory is that it is Kazakhstan, which was a shaggy animal.
Kind of like a location.
I'll show you.
Siberia.
That Borat was from Kazakhstan.
Let me pull it up.
Stock animals.
Did they have neutrinos back then? Going through fucking 5 billion of them going through a unicorn horn every fucking second.
Yeah, that shit's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, unbelievable.
I used to live up in South Dakota, right near. I live in Rapid City, right near Rushmore, and one of the old abandoned gold mines. Yep.
Yeah.
And one of the old abandoned gold mines up there is now one of the top-rated astronomy labs in the world because it's like almost a mile deep or whatever.
A mile deep. I would figure it
Yeah,
would be
maybe it's not
because of
that
lack
deep,
of
but
light pollution.
it's way deep. But
What do you
they don't
mean?
have it. It's under the ground.
It's under the earth.
Yeah.
It's under the ground. Okay, so
It's in an old mine.
Are you saying lack of light pollution though?
No, they're studying neutrinos and things like that.
Oh, neutrinos. Okay.
That don't care about the Earth's surface. They
Oh,
pass right through
yeah,
it.
that's right. That's because they have to, figure for all of the stupid radiation.
Yep.
That might affect the sciencey stuff. Right?
You said the science stuff.
Yes. The answer is yeah. Probably.
Because it has to be.
Yeah. They don't want all of the imaginary particles to go straight into the detector because that would be silly. They have to make sure that the imaginary particles go through a lot of ground before they detect them. Okay.
Here is another unicorn, just in case you want to see it.
Okay.
It's the other theory of the myth
Whoa,
of
that's not
where unicorns came from.
Oh, this is going to go so good in my presentation.
Yeah, this is a theory.
That's another fake dinosaur.
Neutrinos have horns.
Right. This is why I said this is the theory of where the legend of the unicorn comes from. Is animals like that.
I think Atom Ant was real.
Well, I don't even see a horn on that thing.
It snapped off.
You wouldn't have the horn would have decayed long before.
That didn't even look like a horse.
Not a horse. Be really weird if it looked like a horse.
You know what? You're right. That's you know what? Now that I think about it, that's exactly what I would think a unicorn would look like.
And this is, of course,
the spiky parts are not on its nose; it's on its back. Right.
No, dude. There was a horn that came out. See that flat part on its skull? There was a horn that grew off that. That didn't make it through the petrification process.
Yeah, it was super fragile, more fragile than the ones on its back.
Actually, the horn would have most likely been out of the same thing as your fingernail.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I was alive back in the day, I would try. It's like elephant tusks, probably like ivory. Like, hey, motherfuckers, I got a unicorn horn. How much you give me for it?
You just say you'd be a poacher.
Right. But you don't even. What you had to do is you got to sneak up on them when they're sleeping. Like cow tipping.
Are you a unicornologist?
I'm becoming one.
You do have a presentation.
Well, I do have a presentation that is very much concerning unicorns.
Well, they're part of your case study.
Yeah. I mean, this just reinforces everything that my theory was.
Now, let me be very clear. I'm not saying these are the mythical, magical unicorns.
No, you're saying these are the real unicorns.
No, what I'm saying it is possible these are the creatures those stories are based on.
What are you talking about? This is a fucking museum, isn't that not bones?
Yes. Well, no, they're not bones. They're
cast.
petrification. Yeah. bones are long gone. They're calcified and mineralized.
These are cast molded, a cast mold of the bones, though. They wouldn't want to expose the bones
of the fossil.
Of the fossil.
Yeah, the bone's long gone,
Okay.
or has long since transformed into fossil, I guess is a better way to say that.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, there
So
are
color-
animals from
do you think-
animals from like 100, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 years ago that we do get bone from. Woolly mammoths are a prime example.
Uh-huh.
We actually have one of these that came out of Siberia.
Who's we?
No, Kool-Aid. About 26 years ago, I was on a construction site and we popped a woolly mammoth in San Diego. If you look it up, it was in Chula Vista to be exact. I got to see the bones. It looked mangled. It was weird. But yeah,
You ever been over to the tar pit?
yeah, I've been there quite a few times. I'm from San Diego.
That's where all the dinosaurs died.
Yeah, all of them.
There's so many there.
There's actually a lot there. A lot. And it's crazy because
What do you call a unicorn that had the COVID vaccine? Immunicorn. Immunicorn.
That's pretty good. Give me that one, Carlos.
Is that the one that produces the rainbow farts?
Have you seen the narwhal before?
The narwhal.
Yeah, the one with the horn.
Yeah, that's a narwhal is a real thing.
Yeah. With a horn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you know what game you should never play with a unicorn?
Who's your daddy?
Leapfrog.
True that.
Maybe I'm into that. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter if you're first or second. Well, yeah.
So it is possible for things to have one horn.
Yep.
It is. This just backs up my entire presentation.
It does.
It does.
So I almost feel like I'm going to regret this. What is the presentation?
It's so stupid.
It's so stupid. It's basically like the Lamageddon of gravitational theory.
No, it's not. It's a flat Earth meme fucking
No, it's not.
presentation.
I made it
yes,
up.
it is.
It's not about Earth shape at all. It's about rainbows.
Then why does it show a globe?
Well, because pictures are proof. That's part of it. We all know this is the case, right? If you scroll back up in the text,
Especially from long distances, you should have took it from probably a longer distance.
I mean, outer space, how far away can you get?
Oh.
Yeah, there's outer space pictures in there with satellites. Part of my presentation. I mean, if you want to scroll up in the chat, I don't know how much trolling has been going on in chat, but I don't know, was it probably an hour?
Did you manage to catch the unicorn at the same time?
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll share it again.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome. Yeah, Sean G
Wait,
shared it.
Wait. I'm not going to share it again. I'm going to share the link.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
John doesn't want
seen
that
your
on it.
presentation.
Yeah. Did you miss this spot?
Yeah, come on. There you go.
Yeah, I was there. I witnessed it.
Yeah. Biodiesel actually presented it last week, and
I did it earlier.
did this week. Yeah, this is
Get-
where we are all able to come together. He did. He
Right.
presented. So that link takes you to the presentation. You can scroll back and forth for whoever hasn't seen it yet. And if you're curious about the 1, 2, 3 principle,
Isn't this rainbows and unicorns?
yeah,
Oh, it's a funny go through.
it's the
Got it.
science and facts about rainbows and unicorns that they never told you about.
That has nothing to do with the globe or flat Earth, even though there's a globe in it.
That's right. It just says like pictures are proof, and that's part of it. And you guys are totally reinforcing.
What?
I'll just go through it. It's
Have a there's a
special.
formula,
Uh-huh.
It's special.
mathematical formula.
Rainbow uniform refraction fart. Got it. Mhm.
Yeah.
Therefore, the rainbow equals 2R. I can't
Yeah.
dispute that math.
That's right. Logically.
2R over 2, okay, is the full rainbow. But what about the rest of the rainbow? Is
Okay,
it
keep
2R
going,
over?
keep going, keep going,
Okay.
keep going.
I could have swore you were there the other night, Boatman.
I probably was and just wasn't paying attention.
Well, see, that's what you're missing.
That's amazing,
And
Cookie.
if you were wondering, 1 UF equals 1 unicorn fart.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to get all complicated and do some algebra, sure, I guess, whatever.
No, you don't need to. It's all right there.
Exactly.
I'm sharing this immediately.
Hey, actually,
That's-
I'm going to share it. I'm also going to share it in my server.
Yeah.
I got it. I'm going to share this everywhere. This is awesome.
I appreciate that. Does that mean it's gonna go viral?
No.
Well, I guarantee all my players will just read unicorns and they'll click on it. So,
oh yeah,
you'll definitely get a few reads there.
It has high endorsements so far.
I mean, beautiful.
Yeah.
Ball of logic.
Yeah. If
In
1,
one
2, 3
presentation.
principle, then
Mm-hmm.
the rest of it. 1, 2, 3. Duh.
Yep.
Sound.
Because that's exactly.
Prove me wrong.
If
I can't.
If P then Q.
I know.
If the bridge is bent, the earth is bent.
Well, if the boats can't sail in a straight line, the earth must be bent.
It's not a PowerPoint. Better than a PowerPoint.
It is much, much better.
All right, I got smart. He's trying to debunk it already. See what they come up with.
Who's trying to debunk it?
A couple of my players.
Unicorns. Wait, they're trying to debunk the science and facts about rainbows and unicorns that they were never told about?
I'm telling him they're wrong.
Yeah, just negate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just hand wave dismissal.
Yeah, say nuh-uh isn't an argument.
Oh, isn't an argument.
Yeah, there you go.
That'll shut him up.
Hey, tell him to come over here to VC, and we'll battle it out.
No, but for real, I have
Is there
actually
a
been looking
comparable?
for. I'm sorry, what?
Is it comparable? You know, this technique you've got. Could you use it for other things other than rainbows and unicorns?
Who, me?
Who was
I mean,
that? Sorry.
I'm not gonna reveal all my techniques, if that's what you're asking.
No, I don't expect you to. But have you worked on any other?
The narwhal thing, I like that as.
This is starting to sound like
Well,
X-rated.
that's you could use the evolution.
This conversation,
Yeah, then
this
because you've got
conversation.
the.
Hang on, this conversation's starting
Sorry.
to sound like X-rated Flintstones.
Well, that's your interpretation, I suppose.
Wheel of Steel
You know,
and
those,
facts.
you know those children's cartoons like the Flintstones and Smurfs. It was actually designed for kids and adults because there was quite a lot of adult themes in those cartoons, but kids just couldn't catch on to it because they had no idea. That was really clever marketing.
Well, have you ever watched a Disney movie? Those things are dirty.
Yeah, they are.
You just take a look at the Flintstones, man. Dirty bastards.
But he did have a nice bit of cleavage.
Tell me
Oh,
about it.
Betty she was a sweetie. Reminds me of my English teacher.
Spot. What else would you like me to put my special techniques towards?
No, I just wondered if you worked on any other projects. You know.
Not at the moment.
No, I mean just use that as a template. You know, like.
Yeah, I mean, I always have a lot of things on the burners. You know, a lot of irons in a fire kind of thing. When it comes to this kind of stuff. As far as a template,
I think there's an old map with a unicorn on it as well. Some old map.
well, funny enough, we were talking about maps earlier, and I think we actually found Shanji's tramp stamp.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a tramp stamp is?
No.
Oh, I do love maps, though. What were we talking about with them?
Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Giants.
I find it interesting that Spot On doesn't know what a tramp stamp is. But I guess we don't necessarily have to sit there forever.
You have to go on the Wayback Machine, man. You'll find it. You'll find it on Tinder.
Brief explanation, or should I go and do my research?
Well, as long as you don't know anyone that uses Grindr.
It's the name of the lower back tattoo.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, just above the buttocks.
Right.
How much does it cost in the US to get a totally full Japanese body tattoo?
Oh, I wouldn't even know where to start.
I don't know.
I can tell you my last piece I got done is 8, maybe 10 inches square, and it cost me $400.
Is it a 5-sided square?
No, it's
What
actually
type of?
Is it a corn nut? Is it getting a corn nut right on your elbow?
How do you know how to choose your tattooist? You know, because they all have really different levels of skill.
Well, that's how you find the one you want. You look for the one you actually,
So you
suits your
just have to
design.
go around you have to look at other people's tattoos all day long and ask them, where did you get your tattoo?
And sometimes it doesn't matter the skill of the artist. For example, one of my tattoos I got not because the tattoo artist was great, but because he was another deployed soldier with me in a hostile country.
Which country?
At that time, we were in Iraq.
Iraq. So you got a picture of a turban.
Yeah.
I thought so.
I was lucky.
I agree, full silly Jerry. That's how I heard it too. Tattoo. You don't say tattoo, you say tattoo.
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 Tattoo. Do you want to hear some Maori language from New Zealand?
Yeah.
What can I say? Just some random shit. Whakaronga aki o ki te tangiati manu tihei mori ora te whare tēnei tēnā koe.
Wait, is that English?
Maori. Whakaronga mai. Tihei mori ora.
Is that some Aborigine stuff?
Maori.
What's the first thing you keep saying?
Okay, so if I say, ko ai rana te iwi ko Carlos ahau tēnā koe, that means my
That means the word
ancestors
the.
my ancestors are from Ireland. I'll say that in Maori. Ko ai rana te iwi ko Carlos ahau. So ko ai rana means from Ireland. Te iwi mean the people of Ireland or the tribe or the family. Ko Carlos ahau means, and my name is Carlos.
Is there?
I
What
speak
language
fluent
is it?
Chinese. I speak fluent Mandarin as well.
Is there a difference between the word for family, tribe, and community? Was it community? Was that the third one you said?
Well, whare means home or house. Whānau means family. Whānau is family. And kaupapa is ancestors. And papa is the sky. Papa means sky. It's very similar to Hawaiian culture. Very, very similar. All the island cultures. You've got Samoa, and you've got Fiji and Tonga and Rarotonga, where they speak the original Maori language. Chatham Islands, where you used to have the the Morioris with orange hair, and there used to be like these little leprechauns living there too, white haired. And Rapa Nui, there's so many islands, and they all come to New Zealand. It's a very diverse culture. And then we have all the Asians. We have every country, everyone you can imagine. We've got every refugee. It's nuts. It's you don't have to travel anywhere, man.
And you live in paradise.
It is paradise. It is. Absolutely. We have snowy mountains. You can go skiing. We have resorts that are just like in the mountains of Canada somewhere. And then we have French looking countryside. And then you go way up to the far north and you have sand dunes and surf beaches. Yeah. It's called Aotearoa, means land of the long white cloud.
Oh yeah, well I'm American. We have supersized.
Yeah, we have a lot of people eating junk food, eh? Burger King, Wendy's, McDonald's, KFC, and that's about it. Those are the main ones. Now we have Taco Bell and Pita Pit, Subway. Yeah, I think that's pretty much about it. Yeah, all of our choices. Oh, Carl's Jr. Yeah, that's the other one.
I love Taco Bell, but the amount of crap food they will throw in your car for $1 should be illegal. Such just junk, but it tastes so damn good, especially when you're drunk.
When you're drunk in Thailand, you walk down the road and you can buy some chicken's ass on a stick, like 5 chickens' asses. I didn't really want to try that because it's just so fatty. They call it Parson's nose, but I'd rather grab a bag of scorpions, fried scorpions, and just eat them like chips. Tastes like pork crackling.
Do you know Flight of the Conchords?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
like the Tenacious D. That's like the Tenacious D of New Zealand. They're fucking hilarious.
There
That's
is
a
a
while,
funny
that was a while ago.
There is a funny comedian. You search on YouTube laughing Samoans, and he's this really heavy Samoan guy, and he's just classic. You have to watch the skit that he does on stage, pretending he's a police officer guiding the traffic. They have such a laid back culture, and they're just they come across as extremely lazy. It's just because they're all really big boned, and they're really heavy. But you watch the skit about when he's being a policeman and he's trying to direct the traffic. It's called Laughing Samoans. Shit, I wish I had a link. Classic. Does someone have it and able to share it so that we can all watch it? That'd be pretty cool.
What is it?
Laughing Samoans.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, man. That's a different type of
driving. Oh shit! They have a whole channel.
Yeah. Not drink driving. No. That is probably part of the same show though.
Yeah.
The one where he's wearing you'll see him wearing a police helmet, like a hard hat. That's classic Samoan humor.
My app will only let me go so far deep into their videos.
You know what would be a funny channel? I got another funny thing to say after this as well. How about this is kind of more of a serious comment though. Having a channel where you could share videos. So you know how you sit around and have a beer and you can all get to choose a song? Everyone gets to choose a song and you put on your song, your music, like in a pub with a jukebox, right? What if you could have a chat like this and just lightly in the background or maybe on one headphone have the music and the chat in the other headphone? and on the left there, and you could all go, okay, I want to have Michael Jackson beat it, and then anyone you could just put in your bids for the next song. Maybe you could pay super chat and you get to keep playing more songs. That would be pretty good for the host because they'd make a lot of money off every song. 50 cents, $1.
That would be hard to live stream because now you're having to get
copyright stuff or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the idea is kind of a fun idea because I'll have it like I'll do that with my brother. We'll throw on YouTube videos and like we'll have to like while one of them's going, we'll search for another one, and you can't look at it when somebody's searching but there has to be a tie-in from one song to the next song, whether it's like a word or a phrase or it's part of the beat or something. It could be totally different, but it has to be a tie-in. And if you don't get the tie-in, you have to explain what the tie-in is.
Oh, Chinese have a game like that with their words because they have 1 or 2 character words, and so like each syllable. So whatever the last sounding syllable is, you have to start the next word with that last syllable as your first syllable. Okay. And you can just go on and on. So I say mosquito, and then I can say tomato, and it just goes on like that, and you can just keep adding and adding, and you have to rack your dictionary brain. No, but I thought it was funny because I don't know if you've heard Maoris talk English. They go like, oh, bro, oh, can I have $1? Have you got $1? Oh, man, I'm going to be late for the bus. Oh, where are we going? To the pub. Yeah, that's how they talk. So, like, it's really comical in a way. And you know how you have Google Maps, right? And you get to choose the different languages like English, American, Filipino, whatever, and different languages and different sounds. Well, I thought about having an app called Maori Maps. So when you're driving down the road and you're trying to find your direction, the voice will say shit like, oh, bro, pull over. And you don't even know why. It's just, pull over, bro, pull over. And then it goes, I think we missed KFC. Turn around, man. And if you're speeding and it knows there's a traffic, like a roundabout coming up, it'll go like, oh, don't worry, man. Just go straight through it. Don't worry, man. Keep going. Oh, and then it goes like, oh, hang on. Pull over. I have to check my map.
Don't they have I mean, can you switch the voices at least around on it? So at least like I think you can get like Snoop Dogg. I mean, I know where I'm going before I get there, so I don't really rely on GPS.
No, but I'd rather have all of the suggestions comical, like not just the voice. I'd like to, instead of them saying, turn left at the traffic lights and keep going 100 meters, instead it'll just go, bro, turn left here, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, don't listen to this. There's another way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with all of the natural language processing that's going on with AI and everything, that should be a breeze to actually do,
Oh, if I wanted to make millions of dollars, I could design apps all day long. There's so many things you could do, and people that make apps make a lot of money, apparently.
That's what they say.
It costs a lot of money to make an app, but that's because you're paying. If you knew how to do it yourself, you could just pump out apps all day long. Someone's going to buy it.
Well, isn't the main problem, the main complexity with building an app is just basically getting it compliant for Google and Apple, right? mean, because basically an app is just a website that you can access on your phone, but to be an actual app where it's downloadable, they have to approve it. And so make sure there's no bad stuff on it. And if you want to monetize it and whatnot. So I think the limited amount of knowledge that I have on it is, yeah, basically it's a website that you have to go through a third party for, so that you are approved to have people download it onto your phone.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah, I mean, the general,
the,
yeah,
the company that is hosting this appability and doing all the vetting and all of that, they must be making shitloads of money, eh?
yeah, iTunes and Google Play, yeah, fucking shit, fucking raking it in.
Yeah, and then who owns them? And then who owns them? BlackRock
Yep.
and Vanguard. BlackRock
Yeah.
and
Don't forget them.
yeah, you go to Yahoo Finance, you can check out Vanguard and BlackRock everywhere.
Shit, who are the other two? BlackRock, is it Stone something?
Yes, yeah, something like that. Number 3. There's
Yeah.
5 altogether, but the main 2 are Vanguard and BlackRock.
Yeah.
And when you look at BlackRock, you see that Vanguard owns most of BlackRock.
Yeah.
So it's Vanguard. Who fucking owns Vanguard, man? Tell me where they live.
Yeah. They on the moon. The dark side of the moon.
They could be out living outside the star-shaped flat Earth, where the North Pole is actually a star, and that's where every form of life comes from, and it just keeps having every time there's a reset, there's this like a cymatic wave that just pulses from the center, and it shifts all of the continents out further. It happens really gradually, so that you
Don't
can't
even
pick it up.
notice it. Yeah, too small to measure.
You can't pick it up with your senses, and that's why over the ages the latitude lines in the south get wider and wider and wider. It's because we're coming out of the center, which is like the star. You know, have you heard of star forts? They're all cymatic patterns. It's all energy. And Antarctica is this ring that surrounds us, which is actually is the star. And if you
quite recent, aren't they, Carlos? You know, we don't
Yeah,
have
and if you look at like some of the old monks and stuff, they were doing some stuff where like there's like, you know, the stairway to heaven in the North Pole, where it's like, you know, like I don't know what you would call it, but like a tower in the middle. But like if you look at all the stuff they do in their Zen sand drawing, not
Mandalas.
drawing, but like all that, they do it like they take, you know, they don't talk to anybody, but they all know what's going on. I guarantee you some of the motherfucking monks are like, no, dude, do it like this. And they're like, okay, thanks. Thanks for telling me how to do it. Because we can't talk or anything. You fucking write notes and shit. Like, you can't do none
yeah,
of that.
I was really confused about the Japanese language, and this guy said, "Do you want to learn a new modality?" And when I was studying Chinese medicine, because I'm an acupuncturist and a Tuina specialist,
Oh, yeah.
I'm a jack of all trades. Jack of all trades, but yeah, that he said, yeah, you want to come and learn a new modality. It's Reiki, and I was thinking, oh, that's got some type of a there's some type of gardening technique where they get a rake, right, and they twirl it around on the ground with lots of little tiny stones, and they make like twirly patterns. And I ended up in this room with a friggin' massage table, and I was like, what? Where's the stones, man? This ain't Reiki. And yeah, Reiki is.
I've got a friend that's a Reiki master, Carlos.
Yeah. Good.
And it's
good
manipulation of the body's aura to change the energy flow through your body to help repair. That's basically what Reiki is, which is why there's very little physical contact between a Reiki practitioner and its subject. I've had Reiki done on me loads of times.
Similar to the Qigong master.
Qigong a little bit different, but yeah, I mean Qigong again is more about physical contact and the use of pressure points to manipulate the flow of qi through the body, and Qigong is more of a defensive system to actually protect yourself from harm. So you can use Qigong to actually use qi to defend yourself. But there is a form of Qigong healing as well.
My brother learnt when he did the Chinese medicine diploma the same as me, which is now they've upgraded it to a degree without any changes, so I could have had a degree. But anyway, he went to Taiwan doing a scholarship, and he did like 300 patients a day in Taipei hospital with his first teacher. He couldn't believe
Damn, dude,
300.
that's like 2 people every minute and a half or something like that.
And they were fast, and they were using Western medicine and Chinese medicine mixed. So it was a Western medicine hospital, but in China they have a lot of Chinese. It's about 50-50. And he learnt back in school here in New Zealand that there's a point on the outer of your little toe where if you press that, you can turn a baby around in a pregnant woman so that it won't be, so the head comes out first. You could turn it around, and normally that takes a long time. You have to wait all night, blah, blah. But if you just press that, it'll just turn around straight away. And
Press
he
it again,
actually,
does it go back the other way?
he actually got to use that knowledge from his learning when he was in Taipei. He actually got to do that and turned a baby around.
That's fucking cool. I use that. I didn't know that was even a thing. I use that with an ex-girlfriend of mine, and she didn't even know it. But yeah, that's interesting that you say that.
Why do you feel that the Mandela is something special?
The
I mean,
Mandela?
again, yeah, that's the Zen Buddhist drawings.
Mandela effect.
No, you're getting your terms wrong. A Mandela. It was the drawings that the Buddhist monks do that they meditate against.
Isn't it Mandala, not a Mandela?
Yeah, mandala.
Mandala.
Yeah. That's a focal point for visualization, for focused meditation. It's a way of getting you very, very involved in your meditative practice. It's not dissimilar to how we use objective meditation as well. So candle meditation is another example of that. But a mandala is more about the creation as well as the use of in Buddhism. So it's interesting why yeah, that was kind of weird.
Yes. I'm going to post a picture of one I just Googled, but this reminds me of kind of what I was thinking earlier. Hang on one sec.
Well, I tried Namyo holding Kyo Buddhism long time ago, and it's just a magical. There's so many different chants that you can do, so many different concepts of chanting. This one is special. You try it. You just try it. Once when I was in there chanting, I actually bumped it into some sort of an older couple.
I just posted that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut off. I'll wait till you're done.
I met this couple that travel around from church to monastery to temple, and they just went everywhere, every single religion. And they were just the most amazing people. They were in their 60s, and they had skin like babies. They were so healthy and just vibrant and illuminating, and just you could feel their presence. They were just amazing people, and they explored every single mode out there for spiritualism. even though we go to
Foundationalists,
church.
basically.
Yeah, and it's all about the mind and the voice.
But do you know what foundationalism is?
It sounds like syncretism.
No, foundationalism is kind of a view that every religion has a certain amount of truth in it, but none of them have got it right. So therefore, a way to get closer to the gods is to look at all religions. That's a view I kind of like, which is why I know a lot about a lot of different religions.
Yeah, I found it really magical, this one experience I had from chanting, and I got on a plane and I went to China to stay in a student hotel in the middle of a university. And the
Wait a
Buddhism,
second, you were chanting? You're like, can you explain that?
No ring Jaya, no ring Jaya, no ring Jaya, no ring Jaya, and you'll do meditation while you're doing your chant. And again, it's about altering the mental state through somatics and visualization, which is very much a Buddhist tradition.
You can just keep chanting Nam Myo Ho Rin, Nam
Kind
Myo
of like a mantra or something like that.
Yeah, it's like exactly like a mantra. A mantra is a chant.
Okay.
Yeah, and anyway, I got to China, and that's a really big Buddhism in Japan, and there were 700 Japanese students. It's big in Korea as well. There were 300 Korean students. There were students from America, every country around the world, everywhere. Northern Europe, you name it. Fucking Poland, Russia. And it was an amazing time. But like, I ended up with a roommate, and he had the same chanting book as me. And I was like, no. So I went and asked all the Japanese, all the Koreans, none of them had this book. For some reason, I ended up with a random roommate, the only one in the school that had the same chanting book.
You know, I've only worked with one other person that's had the same birthday as me in all my working life.
But if you had gone to more parties, you would have met more with the same birthday.
I was going to say,
no, there's people I work with, not people I party with.
You're trying to pick up chicks, and they say, "Oh, your birthday is so close to my birthday."
And we're talking about people I worked with, not people I, party with or try and chat, because I still think that's pretty crap pickup line person.
Yeah, but you're limiting your experience to work. You should have got
No, I was
outside.
just using it as an example, Carlos. That's all. Is the fact that coincidences happen, and sometimes they can be rare coincidences. And I've just woken up and I haven't had a cup of tea yet, so I'm probably a cranky kid.
Listen, you're from the UK. Have you ever heard of the series called The Young Ones?
Sorry, I missed that last bit.
Have you ever heard the series in the UK called The Young Ones?
Yes.
With
I
Rick
watched
Mail.
it when it was originally aired, Carlos.
Okay, so I was just being the one with the spiky hair, and I was only pulling, and you were Rick, and I was pulling the chain.
No, I'm never Rick.
And you were Rick.
Probably,
and
if anybody, mate, I'm Mike.
And I came back as Neil, and I said, "Hey, man, where's everybody gone?"
You see, I'm always Mike because, one, I have actually nailed my leg to a board, and two, I'm pretty good at picking up the chicks.
The United Kingdom comedy in New Zealand is just, that's all we used to see before I became a flat earther. When I watched TV, it was just UK TV. I tell you,
Let me help out, Super Cookie. So basically, they were trying to nail plates to a table to stop someone stealing them, and it was actually Vivian who was burning everything to keep the house warm. So one of them was trying to nail plates to the table. It just wasn't working. And because Mike is so cool, he just sat down at the table, got a nail, banged it through the plate, and went, "Oh, that seems to be pretty easy. Apart from the fact that I've now just nailed my legs to the table." At which point, Vivian takes away his chair, and he's still sort of like sitting there without the chair because his legs are nailed through the plate, through the table, via the plates.
That's some British humor right there.
Mike,
And
is that cool?
Faulty Towers, man.
But John
Hey,
Cleese was quite a
wait a
good friend of
second.
my granddad because he was very into animal rights and very into liberal politics.
I would go to my granddad's house when I was young, and he would be playing all American TV. He'd be playing MASH, MacGyver, Simon and Simon, Miami Vice, Taxi,
Hill Street Blues.
Yeah, a whole bunch of American
Going
stuff.
back to that time.
I know all of those
I'd go
shows.
to
Yeah.
my other granddad's house, and he'd be playing all English comedies and like skits and stuff, like Antique Roadshow.
No, that's more reality TV than a comedy, to be fair, though. It can
I'd
be
go
quite
to
funny.
my auntie's house. I'd go to my auntie's house, and she was a real stoner, and she'd be watching like gardening TV. Go to my friend's house, and his dad was an alcoholic. He'd be watching the TAB horse racing.
Quite a contrast there.
There's a lot of zombie fucking sheep out there at the moment. I don't watch TV. I haven't watched it for years, and but I know a program before I watch TV called Shortland Street. It's based in a hospital, and it's a local drama, and it's just a continuation from the day before, and it's every day. And these zombies, man, they talk about it at work. They talk about what's going on in the TV show, and they rush home. Fucking hell, in the traffic jam, they're rushing and they're beeping their horns. They're trying to get home so they can switch on their TV, sit down with a big ass tub of ice cream and watch their favorite show. And it's the worst acting I've ever seen. It's so unprofessional. It's just so predictive. You could just predict every scene. Classic.
The thing is, people used to be like that with loads of different TV. You know, young ones. I mean, we were like that with the young ones when I was growing. You know, if you missed it and you weren't talking about that at school the next day, you know, you weren't one of the cool kids. Fortunately, I came in before brands got popular, and it was more about sort of TV and whether you had a motorbike or an air rifle. That was how you
Well,
were
I
treated in my day.
used to play rugby at school, and I used to do surfing, and because my school was on the beach, and we could walk across the field and go surfing at lunchtime with the teachers, and then you'd come back to the class all
What
covered
rugby
in sand.
position did you play?
Oh, I was a winger, skinny and fast.
Left or right flank?
Didn't matter.
No, I'm good either side. That was my advantage. I'm reasonably ambidextrous. It's like I play darts left-handed, I write right-handed, I can play pool left or right-handed. Yeah, I can play table tennis left-handed. In fact, I'm a little bit better left-handed than right-handed. Bit weird.
Yeah, and I used to get bashed the hell out of when I was playing rugby, man. Those Maori boys, because my school had a lot of big Maori boys, and they used to bash me up when I was playing rugby, And then one day I was having lunch with one of the Maori boys, and he told me just look around and you tell me what's something we got and you don't have. What is it? And it ended up being I didn't have an earring in my left ear. So I went out and I got an earring in my left ear when I was 13, and then I went back to school and I played rugby. And they were coming up and helping me, and giving me the ball, letting me run with it, being nice to me. Before that, I used to get bashed. I used to come up to my lunchtime and steal my pie. Now they're coming up to me and saying, "Hey, man, I just bought you a chocolate bar." Yeah.
Now, does that mean that you're now part of the cool kids, or you're one of those guys as bitches?
No, part of the cool kids.
I was just a joke. I was a bit serious. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just kids bullying each other in school, and you're not part of the clique. I mean, I look at stuff now and how everything's so fucking brand orientated. if you're not wearing the right brands, you're not cool, and it's worse than that. You're actually kind of like taking the piss out of, which is so stupid.
I got a question. When
Sure.
you were talking about the mandala, how do you say it?
Mandala.
I posted, if you look in
Mhm.
text chat, I posted that just a little bit ago.
Mhm.
Do you know more? You probably know more about it than I do. But what I understand of this, I mean, it can't really zoom in that far, but that's what I was talking about earlier. Like the monks, what they're saying and doing stuff. Isn't this basically what they would do? And it's all freaking different colored sand. And then when they were done with it, they just wipe it all off. And then, and then they would get all the different grains of sand and then separate them to and then recreate it all. No. Okay. Well,
No, they don't. No. They believe in hard and very pedantic levels of work, but not that level.
okay.
No, the idea is it's a ritual. So you're visualizing. So if you look, there is a certain amount of repetition and a certain amount of change between the different areas of the patterns. So you can see that the 4 cardinal points, and I can't remember what they represent, so forgive me, are all different. The clouds are always in the same place, but they're not necessarily different, but in this case, they are all different. Again, the snakes, the pots, these are all reflected back on each other. And that's kind of, again, part of the trippiness of the image. But it's a way of being so involved in the process. It's the way of being so focused in the flow, in the moment, that you're conscious of your actions. And that's a large part of what Buddhism, and certainly meditational Buddhism is about. It's being present in that moment, and that moment being so central to your thought that everything else is excluded. There's a term there's a term called the elimas, which is the emptying, and that's where you remove everything from yourself. You empty yourself of all thought, which then allows your mind to be free. You're not then constrained by preconception and pre-thought.
And I understand that. And also, I mean, I can only hope to understand that, I should say. But in addition to that, the actual design means something also, I think.
Yeah, it does, which is the bit I'm not going to start pontificating about. I mean, I know the fundamentals because, I've studied a little bit of Zen Buddhism.
You can tell me if I'm off base on what I think this is. This is more than just a design and on basically what we would consider a 2D plane or whatever. Obviously, it's in 3D. We all know that, but this is not just this is layers and layers and layers. Look, if you were to look top down on it, this is, from what I gather anyway.
No, it's kind of more of a representation of the universe. That's a good way of thinking about it. But too much more than that, I don't know.
Yeah, if you were going to look more top down onto it and imagine the more center of this is, the higher it is. And then so the more towards the outside you go, the lower it is. If you could imagine it in like a 3D kind of thing, and each one of these, I guess, kind of, I don't know what you would consider them, like, I guess, layers.
More about the colors than it is about the imagery. That's something else I can't remember because that's how they're all connected.
I thought that yes, the symmetry of it is a thing for sure.
No, the coloring of it. The actual colors that are used is where the meaning is, and the repetition is about the being in the moment. And also, generally, mandalas are not done by one person, but multiple people.
Right.
And one that complicated probably would have been done by 3 or 4 people.
Well, that's the other thing, is where they're all working towards the same thing, which is amazing as well. However, so like you look at that square in the middle, and of course you got the, I guess you would call them T's on each side of that square. But the colors in that square from left to right, are actually, this is again my interpretation of what I think it might be, is actually underneath the circle. That's why you can kind of see.
Yeah, what I suspect is the mandala that you've shown by its design is probably Tibetan, because mandalas are used by a number of different religions. So Shintoism uses mandalas, Hinduism uses them, as does Buddhism. So it's a multi-spanning kind of thing, and I would suspect that all of them have subtly different meaning depending on their use. The only reason I think that's Tibetan is because of the style of the images.
Yeah, and you look at
again, that's a guess. So that
I know. We're both guessing, of course, but the general idea of it is there's probably more meaning than we know. But look
actually,
at it.
I've found out where that comes from. How funny! So this is actually at the House of Commons in the UK, and guess what? It was created by Tibetan Buddhists for the visit of the Dalai Lama in 2008. Score! Sorry, I can't please when I'm right. That was a guess, and I was right. So again, that probably has to do something with, hey, I'm coming. It's about relationships and welcome.
But I think there's a common theme to them. If you look at each of the sides where it looks like there's like a semicircle with I guess it would look like a multi-tiered temple of some sort on each side of that as well.
But you don't normally have that kind of imagery on a mandala. Most mandalas are geometric. Well,
this is obviously some sort of pattern of some sort, but here's what I'm getting at overall. I mean, we're, like we said, we're both guessing. However, I think the overall idea of what they're not showing is that this is actually, if you were to kind of look at it, from the base level, it actually representation, it actually represents a structure that is 3D. And I think that is what is behind all of it in general. And that's how they're representing what their belief of the Earth is in some way.
Represents the universe. They have they're not as narrow-minded as us Westerners when it comes to this crap.
Yeah.
They don't talk about, there's no view of the Earth being flat. No, they talk about the universe. They talk about the age of the universe. In Hinduism, the age of the yugas adds up to about 4.5-5 billion years, which is, funny enough, quite similar to the age we believe the Earth to be. They believe that the dream of Vishnu has lasted for billions upon billions of years. And from the dream of Vishnu, we get our reality.
There's a problem in your theory.
No, it's not.
Do you want me to tell you what the problem is? When the ancients talked about universes, they actually drew it down and made it so that you could visualize it. And it's many layers of existence, many planes.
That's exactly what I'm saying that this represents.
Yeah, man. What I was saying, he was saying universe in his mind is a big vast vacuum from a big bang, but
I was actually should have used the term cosmos, which just means everything. But I was trying to keep it nice and relatable.
But yeah,
so you want to ask me what I mean, then ask me what I mean. But what I liked about it, the fact is the correlation, the corollary between a lot of Eastern traditions, and especially when it comes to time, and actually how similar it is when we actually measure it, like the age of the Earth and the Yugas. That's kind of weird, and that's even resonated with some of the Central Mesoamerican cultures as well, where we come up with quite a similar age, not quite as old, but again, old. That was the point I was making. And I find that quite fascinating.
Yeah, it's definitely fascinating.
Which is the most powerful country on Earth right now?
Well, depends how you look at it. Militarily, probably the USA. Economically, toss up between China and a few others. Socially, probably Norway.
I remember when China was so small, everything in New Zealand that was imported was made in Taiwan. And
Taiwan is part of China. They may not like it, but it is.
yeah, but they never used to talk about China. We never heard of Chinese products
Because
ever.
Taiwan was trying to get independence from China, and one of the ways they were trying to do this subtly was having that trademark brand.
You know the most popular agriculture, dairy, and meat products for Chinese? Which country does it get imported from into China?
No idea.
Number one.
Tobacco.
Is the US. Is the US. But if you want to go per capita of population of the country, the US exports the most to China. But New
just in
Zealand,
general. Sorry, I was trying to
because
name specific things.
such a small population, New Zealand is actually number 2.
Yeah, that's because you got easy access to meat. But the funny thing is again, you can look at Japan. Japan used to be a pescatarian society until the Meishu period in the 18th century, where meat suddenly started to become popular to eat because the emperor was doing that as they started to westernize. Sorry, 19th century, not 18th century. So yeah, stuff changes, trade changes. Yeah, at one point, China dominated and controlled the production of silk. And they did that for, over 700 years until,
How long? What year? How long ago was that? Before Genghis Khan?
Oh, yeah.
Or am
Genghis Khan is like 13th century. So you're going back to about 100 BC up until about 600, 650 AD. They controlled silk, and there was so much money going out of the Roman Empire. It was a real concern. But there was a flip side to that, is they were making a lot of money on taxing the stuff coming in, but it was kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul. It was like taking money from themselves. So when you look at the outflow of gold in the Roman Empire, most of it was going east, and most of it was to buy silk and posh stuff like that. But they had no idea how silk was produced. Some thought, oh, well, it's obviously fiber. They come from some special silk tree. Others thought that it was some wool of some weird animal, and so on and so forth. And it wasn't until the 6th century they actually got that. And then the Byzantine Empire broke that monopoly. And that's why Constantinople became such an important city, because it was the only other place that was making silk until that technology sort of spread out from them. And that's why we have mulberry trees in Europe where they don't come from.
What? Mulberry
Do you know what?
trees?
Yeah,
You know what I
mulberry trees
think
were
about?
purely taken to grow silkworms. So where you find mulberry trees, you probably had some silk industry going on at some point.
I think the Dark Ages are just made up, and if you get the Dark Ages and you just remove it from history because it never happened, then you can bring all of those dates forward, and you can surmise that the beginning of the Dark Ages was about 300 years ago.
That's complete
That's what I'm
bollocks.
saying.
You should know that better,
Still don't
because
remember.
the Dark Ages were only dark for a tiny portion of Europe. They weren't dark for everywhere else. They weren't dark for the Middle East. They weren't dark for, the Chinese. They weren't dark for the Koreans or the Vietnamese. We have great records spanning that entire period that are so fucking detailed that it's scary. You've lived in China. You know that they are the world's longest bureaucratic service in existence and incredibly good at keeping records, and we can view them.
Exactly. So what I was referring to is the Dark Ages for those who it affects. Not every country, just the countries that it affected.
But you say it was 300 years ago. What tosh?
That's the 1,000 years of missing history. There's nothing.
There is
that
no
happened.
1,000 years of missing history.
There is.
Where?
The Dark Age. It was
1,000
1,000
They don't
years.
exist for everybody. The Dark Ages, one, did not last for 1,000 years. 2, we actually have quite a lot of documents during it. It's not like we don't have any information. We just have less.
Hey, hold on, time out.
3, the UK was one of the most literate countries in Europe at that time, and we kept loads of stuff through that period.
What do you consider the Dark Ages? Because for me, the
Dark Ages is post-Roman conquest of Europe, rise of the instability, which then is resolved through the formation of the monarchy system across Europe and the stabilization. So we generally refer to the Dark Ages being between about sort of 500 AD-ish up until about sort of 950. Once we get to about 1000 AD, you get things like, the Norman conquest of the United Kingdom, the stabilization of monarchy systems within Europe. Only affected Europe, didn't affect anywhere else. And it's one of the silly things that people say that I really object to.
And so why are they called the Dark Ages, though? Why
Because we don't have much writing. So writing illuminates history for us. And we have very minimal writing for that period. But actually, funny enough, in my country, we had shitloads of writing. No, he's saying there's 1,000 years of history missing. And the Dark Ages were 300 years ago, not when we say they are, which is utter tosh and is totally discredited by formal history, physical documents, physical archaeology. It's silly. It's a really silly point, Carlos, and I horribly object to it in the most strenuous way possible. And I'm very passionate about this.
I think the dating of some of those documents you're talking about is wrong.
I don't care what you think. I know what I know, and I know what I've studied, and what I've studied for pretty much all of my life.
How about ask him why he thinks that's wrong?
Is it a feeling?
Interested. I mean, he should be able to say why he thinks that's wrong, I would think.
Because I think there was a reset. And I think
so not that that's another claim. Why do you think that they are wrong?
They're not wrong, but they're just depicting they're just trying to tell you that they were based in a time long before they actually happened.
And what is that based on? That's just another reiteration of the same claim.
Or just based on a lot of research.
Okay, so tell us about that. So what is the reason for you to think that through all your research?
Because history is a lie.
Okay, another claim.
Well, so just say, why do you think history is a lie? I mean, that part of it, I guess, right?
Because there's evidence of ether technology. There's evidence of ether technology that we still have today that shows that there was some catastrophe that happened, whether it have been a volcanic explosion and we got doused in ash and it formed and layered up upon buildings all over this plain. And that's why you have buildings dubbed as mud flood buildings. We have evidence that this place is designed in such a way, the layout of the cities and the buildings and the star forts and the churches, etc., they were actually machines. They were
basically that are underground and stuff like that.
Yeah, which we've had great explanations for. We don't see it everywhere. It's actually part of building designs because a lot of older buildings had basements. Basements were important because they were one of the places you could keep things a bit cooler before you had refrigeration, and they were used for a number of different purposes, including storage. The concept of the fact that there was some weird mud flood that came across that we have no pictures of, no written evidence for, nothing apart from people trying to pull stuff out of their butt, I find annoying. So again, where is this missing 1,000 years that you want to claim, and where does it come from, and what physical evidence do you have to support it?
You made a claim that they had basements, right? In some places it snows so fucking much that there's no way any architect would build something down so far that you have to walk down these concrete or stone steps and slip over in the snow. And then when it fills up with snow, you can't open the door. It just doesn't make any sense.
8:30. Your eyes look nice.
All I'm saying is
Go
hoverboards
to some
still don't hover.
second. Again, I still reject your claim that there's a missing 1,000 years. I think that you have nothing to support that claim, and you don't. And to say that they just wrote down fake dates or we don't really know, it's so wooish, Carlos, for something that is demonstrable. I've gone and actually looked at since you started brought up the Tartarian thing. I've started looking at some of the Georgian architecture in London, which is where you mostly see those kind of half things. And that was done for 2 reasons. One, because basements were cool, because actually property was getting quite expensive. Two, you generally only see this in city centres where property is expensive and space is limited. Three,
Well, I'll tell you
some of the
something,
older stuff, it's actually where the roads have been tarmacked and covered over, and they've actually created that system. And the fact that you want to say, oh, well, when it snows, you can't open the door, most of Europe doesn't get snow like that.
What I think is the Edwardians didn't exist and the Victorians are the Tartarians.
Well, that's funny because I've got a family tree that says the Edwardians did exist and going back quite a lot further. I have a personal family tree that goes back over 700 years.
The only thing you can tie that to is antique furniture, man.
No, we don't. We tie it to physical records where people write shit down, Carlos.
Just
Like
because you're
beads.
it wasn't a culture.
Like parish records from all over my country going back hundreds and hundreds of years. Consistently. The level of fucking forgery and fakery required to do that. Every single church in the UK, most of the churches in the UK are over 600 or 700 years old. All of them have parish records. The vast majority of them have parish records going back 500 years.
I'd like you to show me some photos of them being built.
What, a church being built 500 years ago, and you want me to show you a photo? Think about how silly that is.
So how do you draw? How do you know they weren't built at a different time?
Or
There
paint
we go.
it, you know.
And that's the argument originally. You show me evidence that that's been falsified, and we can talk about it.
I mean, that's an acceptable request, though, to say, hey, where are the paintings or drawings? Not necessarily photos, because it hadn't been invented yet, but some sort of documentation of, you know.
Well, I think Tesla and others in the same league borrowed
The father of radio astronomy.
They took the knowledge from the previous reset before it was reset, and they retained this knowledge somehow. They were just in the right place at the right time, and they were able to gain and get a hold of the books or the knowledge, and or just passed on from a teacher. And I think,
Of course not. So I'm going to hold you to the same time. I'm going to go and produce you parish records in a second. And, you know, so do you have any evidence that they had access? Do you have anything physical? Do you have a drawing or a picture of these books? Do you have anything apart from a thought in your head?
I have an idea. And I'm not trying to argue one side or the other, but I can see where, like, if something like that were to happen today, like, say, on an apartment building where, you know, shit hit the fan and, you know, whatever. I mean, a lava flow or whatever hit who knows, whatever the disaster would be. But then later, somebody goes in and finds an Xbox sitting in a, you know, somewhere. That's technology. And then they take it with them and they're like, oh, a fucking Xbox, what's this? What the hell's going on here? Is that kind of the idea that you're talking about?
It's made up stuff, though.
Yeah.
It's just
I know.
inventing stuff out of like asking for
No, it is.
evidence
It's
is
just
great, but
it's
then
not
you
the
just make up
idea
stuff
of.
on the other side out of whole cloth.
I know, but is that the idea of the other side of the argument?
I think the majority of this mud flood argument is refusing to accept that modern humans that are very similar to you are remarkable and can do remarkable things. So
Similar
they must
to
somehow
me, but not
stolen.
you. Similar.
Well,
To
I
all
think
of us. Yeah, that's
I
what I
think
mean.
the first of all they call it mud flood. It's just a term. It's just a term for what they think has happened in the past. For me, I don't see liquefaction or mud going to happen on this plane the way that it works. I can because we're also separated, and there's evidence of mud flooded buildings all over the world. But rather, I would say it was a gigantic volcanic eruption. It could have been many volcanoes erupting, and that's why we have that's why we have the build up on these buildings is compressed volcanic eruption.
It just sounds like an argument from ignorance. A lot of this stuff just sounds like an argument from I don't want to think that.
Hold on. Do you
humans
know
like
what an
Elon
argument
Musk-
from ignorance is?
Yes, I don't see how this could happen a different way. Therefore, I'm going to assert it happened the way I said it did. I'm ignorant of any way that this could.
That's not how an argument from ignorance
So
goes.
when
But
you went to primary school
It's
and
exactly an argument for ignorance. I don't
when
see
you
any other way for it to happen is an argument for ignorance.
So when you went to intermediate school, just after primary school and before high school, your teacher pulled out a book and she opened it up, and inside was the earth covered in continents with a segment taken out, and it showed you the different layers, the crust and the mantle and etc. until you get down to this fucking burning molten core. When she showed you that book, did you just go, "Yep, okay, that's it for the
No.
rest of my life"?
No, I didn't. That's the assertion that flat earthers need to make about other people in order for their beliefs to make sense. But I just don't hear of anybody on the other side who says that, who says, "Oh, I was just told one thing once by a particular teacher and decided that was true." I remember having the same feeling that.
There's
keep
one
in
thing
mind,
you don't know about flat earthers. Hang on, you don't realize flat earthers that all flat earthers were ballers.
Exactly.
And
That was what I was like.
So two things about that. A, that's not true. B, I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything to that suggestion. If your experience was that a teacher once told you one thing and you decided to believe it forever, fine. But it's weird to assume that is the case for a human that is similar to you, while asserting it is not the case for a human that is you.
Well, then in that
Like
case,
either we both do it or neither of us did it, right?
Generalizing all flat earthers are the
and
same one
that's
for
wrong.
another. So you can't
Yeah.
have it both.
Again, I just want to go back to the
I don't say
specifics.
all flat
1
earthers
second
do
riding on
that.
eggshells. So I just want
You're
to go
trying
back
to
to
say-
specifics. I just want to go back to specifics, Carlos. So All Saints
You're trying
Church
to
in
say-
Wandsworth has records
You're
going
trying-
from 1603.
It's a sign, was it?
Okay. So I'm just trying to get a point out. Can I get a point out?
One sentence. So you're trying to say it's a sign.
Okay, so again, I just want to make the point because I want to go to specifics. I don't want to talk about woo. So, All Saints Church in Wandsworth, its records start in 1603. St Mary's in Putney start in the year 1600. And I can go on and on and on. I've just looked up 2 churches I don't know that are around 500 years old.
Very good. You're reading words.
No, these are physical records that you can go and see.
No, that's not
Just what they want you to think, though.
That's not evidence.
They made the
Why is
books
that?
up. That's the thing. If you can wave your hand at physical books,
What
you
do
can
you
wave your
mean
hand at anything.
not evidence? What do you mean that is not evidence? If we have physical records that go from 1600 to the current day, how is that not evidence? Explain that to me.
I would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we've lost that technology, and it's difficult to.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
What?
parish records from 1600
Hey,
to the
eggshells,
current day.
eggshells. Hold on, bro. These guys are going toe to toe. Just let them.
You don't want me to laugh?
I just don't want to interrupt. That's all.
No, it's not. So
Do you know the technology they went to? I've got more technology in my mobile phone right now.
So again, I don't want to move topic. I'm talking about parish records that we have going from the year 1603 to the current day, Carlos. How is that not evidence?
Because they fudged the numbers.
Okay, that's a claim. Now provide proof.
All you have to do is take a look around, man. Have you ever slept in a building in Spain, which is 600 years old?
I'm asking for you to prove that these parish records from Wandsworth, All Saints in Wandsworth, and St Mary's in Putney have been falsified, that they're faked. Where is your evidence for those two specific examples?
I want to see their blueprints for their building design, because those buildings are
So you
far
don't know
superior.
that they're fake, then, is what you're saying?
But those buildings are far superior than anything that could be built today. Far superior.
Again,
You
moving
should
from the
tell
topic.
me that the basic building that we have today, we have to have.
Carlos, we're going to stick on the same point. I'm not going to let this go.
Tell me where in your bundle of records, just like a limb, when you send it to the council and it has all the records of your building, where is the building record? Where is the blueprint of that building? You have never, ever been able to find one of these blueprints in any of your parishes.
Again, I'm going to parish records for births and deaths, and your claim that you say they've been faked. Where is your evidence that these have been faked?
My evidence is
specific instances. Is it I know or I feel this?
Those buildings.
You're not letting me finish a sentence, which is telling me I don't think you have an answer.
The evidence
I thought you were
evidence that is missing. The evidence is the evidence that is missing, which are your blueprints. For buildings today are so simple compared to back then. Back then, it should have been way, way more advanced. You should definitely have records.
So let's see if we can find who the architect is for All Saints Wandsworth, shall we?
You can find the name of the architect. I don't care. I want to
and
see.
let's see
I
if there has got a drawings for them.
No. You find the building.
Wandsworth.
I want building plans. I want architectural building plans and blueprints. Those buildings are way more difficult to build than the buildings we have today. And today we would not be able to build anything without a plan. There's your evidence.
Okay, so the original church on the site was built in 1234 when John de Palma granted dispensation to hold a church of Wandsworth. The present building is from 1630, and that was actually designed by a guy called E.W. Mountford. I see. So cool. Okay, so you don't want the evidence. That's fine.
Yeah, I want the
No, I think. Hang on one sec, you guys. I think I don't want this to go circular because I'm enjoying this conversation between you guys. From what I'm hearing is, where's the evidence proving this is not the case? And then the other side is saying, well, there isn't. You don't have the. I'm arguing the fact that there isn't evidence for my case. Am I getting that right?
No, the problem is, Super Cookie, I'm saying that we have a continuous record at these two churches. One goes back to the year 1600, one goes back to the year 1603, I'm going to put you on mute for a second, Carlos, because you keep interrupting me, and this is really pissing me off. Okay?
Oh no,
Stop it.
no, hang on. Let's cool it. Just cool it. It's a
I
discussion.
know. I agree it's a discussion, but he's got to let me finish a point before he starts over talking. He's over talking because he's
Okay.
getting triggered because he doesn't like what I'm saying. So all I'm saying is we have a continuous record from the year 1603 to the current day. That's what I'm saying. He wants to say it's fake, and I've asked him for the evidence that he knows that these two particular record sets have been faked. And he moves away from that topic every single time.
Do you think it's fake?
Okay, what I want to reply to you is that there is, for me, I doubt that you can be accurate on the time those buildings were built due to the lack of evidence of the blueprints and the plans. Now, some of the buildings were destroyed and some of them are still here. Some of them were built after the reset and some were built before the reset. That's why you would have some buildings which are of similar age, but there would be mud flooded buildings. So my argument, I would like to keep it on the same track, which is you have no evidence when those buildings were built because
I have continuous parish record going back to the year 1600.
Absolutely, you have a story, but you don't have any evidence.
No, I have the evidence is the parish record of births and deaths going back to the year 1600.
That does
you
not
want to
show
claim it's fake, and I've asked you specifically for those two churches why you think it's fake or where the evidence for it to be fake, and you just keep moving the goalpost to something else.
Okay, so let me understand. Let me make sure I'm tracking with you guys. Your evidence for the thing being real is birth certificates. Is that correct?
No, birth certificate's quite a modern thing-ish when we're talking about stuff this
Right,
old.
but the
What you
equivalent-
have a register of births, marriages, and deaths held by parish churches. So these are the people that belonged and worshipped at those churches, were married at those churches, and the baptisms were recorded, the marriages were recorded, and the burials were recorded. To this day, back to the year 1600 and 1603 in these two instances. And I could have found older ones. I just picked two because they're in London and they're easy to look up because they're quite famous churches.
No problem.
Okay, so my theory about the mud flood, which I don't think it was mud, it was ash, but my theory is that some places were affected and some places didn't. But then there were also pockets of survival. So you would have some churches that would be affected and some that wouldn't. They could be of
You
the
said
same
we're
age.
missing 1,000 years, and I'm saying that's bollocks. That was another claim that you made.
How could neighbouring places be missing 1,000 years? Surely this if you are now going to accept that this is a contiguous...
that was a different claim.
So if you're going to accept that this contiguous record of a parish is acceptable now, it seemed that you were discarding it for no reason without evidence a moment ago. Now it sounds like maybe you are willing to accept it. Why wouldn't those records include, hey, in other parts of the world, in a parish for things over, everybody died and mud covered the land and all of the buildings are gone? Like, it sounds like it's trying to make the claim unfalsifiable, but it's in fact making the claim even weaker than it was before.
Here's what I'm hearing, nutshells. Just to get my point of view across, I don't really have a side in this, just so you guys know. But to me,